Renee, you're muted. If you want to
Oh,
say.
there you go. Good. How are y'all?
Very well. Madison, how about you?
I'm doing all right, guys. How are y'all doing this morning?
I'm feeling fine.
Awesome.
And Timothy's on this call. How are you?
I'm doing good, sir. How about yourself?
Very well, thank you. Let's see, it's a Friday. Does that mean it's a little bit early in the morning at in Lubbock for students?
If they spend some time hanging out, socializing last night, yes.
Yeah,
But the end of the semester now, so I think many of them may be busy studying,
I'm
doing the
sure.
scholarly thing.
Absolutely, absolutely. That is the case. Is it finals week yet?
Not yet. I think we have 2 more weeks. Am I right, guys?
Oh.
How about at Michigan State?
Finals week coming right up.
Okay. So you guys may be about a week ahead of us, approximately.
Yeah.
And we have about 2 more minutes to kill before the official start time. We have more than 50 people sign up, but the speakers didn't sign up. I mean, a lot of the student presenters did not sign up. So we anticipate more people to come,
Sure.
but mostly the students who want to indicate that they're joining.
Yep. Jiwan, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Very well. Let's see. Jiwan, I'm speaking to you from mid-Michigan, where it is a beautiful spring day outside. It finally happened, Jiwan. Winter finally gave up and stopped. It took forever, but now the flowers are out.
Yeah, exactly.
Jim, I think that it snowed about 3 weeks ago. Am I right with the time frame in Lubbock? Is it a month or 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, 3 weeks ago, I think we
In
had
Yeah.
the
Lubbock,
like
in
little snow.
Texas.
Yeah,
Yes, in Lubbock.
yeah.
Wow.
So, oh, all right. More people in the waiting room. Let me admit them. Wow, it's a great turnout. My gosh. Very good response. And I see Maggie here too. Maggie, hello, good morning. Maggie is one of our faculty from Communication Studies.
Hi, Maggie.
Hi, how are you?
Very well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Just happy to be to Friday.
Yep, me too.
And Anastasia is here too. Anastasia is also one of our faculty.
Hi,
Hello,
everyone.
Anastasia.
Anastasia, you're very high up somewhere on campus. I'm looking way down onto the Texas Tech buildings.
Oh, it's a beautiful view, you know.
Ella, how are you? Ella did not hear me. But I'll see if I can get Taylor to acknowledge my
Hello.
presence. Hi,
Sorry,
Taylor.
I was turning up my volume.
Yeah, that's okay.
How are you?
Just fine.
Good.
We have more people joining.
I see Natalie. Oh, yeah. A lot of students now.
Yep. Because it's 9:02 on my computer. And Cam is here. Good morning, Cam. Cam is one of faculty.
Hey, Kim.
Cam is muted. Maybe he's getting situated. So it is 9:02. Shall we get started? I think we can get started. That way we can stay on schedule for Jim's keynote coming up.
Sorry. Yes, I think let's get started. We'll be admitting more people is showing up. So we'll be admitting them. By this time, we should get started. Is that okay?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Sure. Thank you and good morning, everyone, and welcome to second Diffusion's Research Symposium hosted by Innovations Diffusion Lab, IDL, in the College of Media and Communications at Texas Tech University. And my name is Mahedi Hasan, and I'm the student lead of Innovations Diffusion Lab, as well as also a PhD student in College of Media and Communications. It's a real pleasure to have you all here from Texas Tech and beyond, as we explore how innovations moves through different systems, communities, and societies. Today, we'll be hearing from over 20 student presenters across 4 panels with topics ranging from AI and public health to education and media. We are honored to have Dean of our college, Dr. Bey-Ling here, and also we are honored to welcome to outstanding keynote speaker, Dr. Jim Deering and Dr. Gary Kreps, whose work continues to shape how we think about innovations, diffusions, and communications. I would like to thank all of our presenters, sponsors, moderators, judges, keynote speakers, and mentors for making this symposium possible. And of course, thank you all of you, like for showing up around 30 people in 9 a.m. So that's great. So a quick note on logistics, we'll remain on the same Zoom link throughout the day. Feel free to take some breaks as needed. We encourage you to stretch, grab snacks, or take a short walk during downtime. We'll do our best to stay close to our schedule, and we appreciate you help in keeping sessions on time. Let's have a great day of learning, connections, and conversation. Thank you once again all for being here. Now I would like to turn it over to Dr. Kerk, Ideal Faculty Lead, Professor of Professional Communication at College of Media and Communications at Texas Tech University, for a brief introductions to the Innovations Diffusions Lab.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mahedi. And so right now, my job is to provide a brief overview, introduction to the Innovation Diffusion Lab that is officially hosting this virtual event, the Diffusion Research Symposium, the second one. So the Innovation Diffusion Lab, IDL, was officially launched in fall of 2020 in the College of Media and Communication here at Texas Tech University. We are a group of faculty and students interested in advancing the diffusion of innovations and the adoption of productive technologies, behaviors, and ideologies in STEM organizations and smart communities. We are currently hosting 3 externally funded projects, 2 funded by the National Science Foundation and 1 by the National Academy of Sciences to study AI chatbots, safety protocols in the oil and gas industry, and the role of community of practice in supporting the role and the adoption of big data technologies in big science organizations. Over the past 5 years or so, we provided funding for about 11 PhD students and 6 MA students through RA-SHIPs, and we also provided independent studies opportunities to about 7 other graduate students at Texas Tech. So if any of you at Texas Tech interested in some of these opportunities, please feel free to reach out. And out of these opportunities, we also have produced about 20 publications with 12 PhD students and 2 MA students. We are very proud of our accomplishments, especially in organizing this student-led and student-focused Diffusion Research Symposium. The first symposium was held in 2023, 2 years ago, and but this year in our second symposium, we expanded the number of presentations from 15 presentations 2 years ago in our first symposium to 18 presentations this year. And 2 years ago, we only had presenters from the US. This year, we have presenters from the US and Bangladesh. We hope that the next symposium will have more presentations from more countries, especially given that we have generous support from several sponsors, including the College of Media and Communication at Texas Tech, the Department of Professional Communication, the Thomas J. Harris Institute for Hispanic and International Communication, and we thank all of our sponsors. And let me just look over the screen right here. Is Dean Shaw with us? Let's see.
Not yet. I think she will be able to join around 9:10.
Okay, yes, that was the time we gave her. We are a little ahead of schedule.
She's on waiting room. Yeah.
Okay,
She
perfect.
just joined. Yeah, she's here.
Okay, perfect timing, perfect timing. So let's see. Good morning, Dean Shaw.
Morning, how are you?
Doing great. Good morning. So Dean Shaw is traveling today, but she's able to pop in a little bit to say hello. And your timing cannot be more perfect because you're right on schedule, Dean Shaw. So
Great.
are you ready to take over the mic and say a few words and share your remarks?
Sure, I would love to do that. Hold on one second.
Okay.
I'm trying to get my computer stuff. Okay,
Sure.
there we go. How's that?
Yes, we can see you. Perfect. Thank you, Dean Shaw. So
Great.
Dr. Bey-Ling Shaw, Dean of the College of Media and Communication, Texas Tech University. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Dr. Key. It's really my pleasure to be here this morning, even though I'm not physically there in Lubbock. I'm really thrilled that Texas Tech and our College of Media and Communication is able to host this very, very important symposium. I understand this is a diffusion research symposium that's primarily student-led, and I'm really thrilled to know that we have so many participants also internationally. You all know this already, but let me just reiterate that the history of our discipline in communication really is grounded in a lot of diffusion research, right? So going back to diffusion of innovations research back in the agricultural communication days, a lot of the foundational principles in the communication disciplines is grounded in diffusion work. So what you're doing at this International Diffusion Research Symposium really is important for continuing that very long and widely respected and globally impactful strain of scholarship. I also would like to point out that in this particular moment in time, where in many places in our world, there is a feeling of disconnect and a lot of international tension and a lot of global changes, this kind of coming together of scholars is even more important than ever before. As you listen to the research presentations as part of this symposium, and as you listen to our amazing keynote speakers that we're having today, I encourage you to also think about diffusion in another way. And that is in terms of the diffusion of our values. Specifically, think about our values in terms of our dedication to excellence, not only in academics, but also in character. Think about our respect for hard work of each other as well as of ourselves. And then also think about our commitment to community and to civility. These are values that we hold in the College of Media and Communication at Texas Tech. And it's my hope that in this conference and in the work that you all are doing, these values will also be diffused not only throughout the participants at this event, but throughout the world, which I think really needs these values right now. So thank you so much for letting me join in to say hello real quick. And I hope that y'all have a wonderful conference today.
Thank you, Dean Shaw. Thank you for the wonderful remarks. And really glad that you could be here to join us for a little bit and kick off the morning here. And but now let's take a group picture real quick. And if it is okay with all the attendees, please turn on the camera if you could and smile. And both Mahedi and I are going to be rearranging our screen here, and we'll be taking screenshots, multiple screenshots to make sure we capture everybody here. So let's see. I am navigating on my screen. So, all right, let's turn on our camera and let's smile at the camera. And Mahedi, are you ready to take some screenshots as well? Okay, he's nodding. All right, so let's smile. Bear with me a second here, making sure that I have everything here. Okay, let's take another one. Okay, Mahedi, how about you on your end? Are you okay? Did you take a few?
I'm done. Yes.
You're done. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, let me rearrange my screen a little bit again. I'll get back to the schedule here. All right, well, thank you, everybody. And so we will be posting our group picture online on our social media channels. And so stay tuned. And now I would like to introduce Dr. Jim Deering from Michigan State University, our morning keynote speaker. So Jim is actually a personal friend and mentor for many years. So very excited to have Jim here giving our keynote presentation. So as many of you have seen in the program online, and we also included a longer bio of Jim. But here I'm just going to briefly introduce some of his very impressive backgrounds so that you all can have a sense of Jim and also the presentation that he will be giving. Jim Deering is the Brandt Endowed Professor and former chairperson of the Department of Communication at Michigan State University. His research focuses on the diffusion of innovations, including the adoption and implementation of new evidence-based practices, programs, technologies, and policies by healthcare and public health professionals. Dr. Deering has held several positions, including senior scientist with Kaiser Permanente, the nation's largest non-governmental, nonprofit integrated healthcare system. He has been PI for research grants from the NSF, EPA, NCI, AHQR, and numerous private foundations, including the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. And he's a fellow of the International Communication Association. And this morning, he is going to talk about bringing scale-up concepts to bear on designing for diffusion. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Jim Deering.
Thank you, Kerk, and thank you, Mahedi. It's great to see so many of you in Texas for the most part, and students especially, and talking about and contributing to ideas for a type of research that is near and dear to my heart of diffusion of innovations. I have studied, I think when I was a graduate student, I thought I was a mass communication researcher. That's the type of research I was involved in at the time. And finally, it seems like I transitioned into studying issues of diffusion. And I did that gradually because I found myself studying mass communication issues from a diffusion perspective. I don't think I knew that at the time. I was doing that with my mentor. I'm not sure he understood that quite at that time either, but it turns out that's indeed what we were doing, was to reconceptualize a mass communication research tradition through a diffusion lens. And I thought it was quite, I'd say, insightful. It received a lot of attention, the sort of publications we made. In any case, I wanted to let the students know, especially at Texas Tech, that when I was walking into the building here in East Lansing this morning, I saw a number of students dressed in long green gowns. These are Michigan State Spartans getting ready to graduate this coming week, and they're taking pictures around campus. I expect that some of you are preparing to do the same thing, but with a different color robe on, no doubt. So I wanted to congratulate you as Red Raiders that you have inducted Rose Rosas, the new masked raider, the 64th masked raider on campus at Texas Tech. it made me envious thinking that here at Michigan State, with all the green regalia we wear, nobody wears a mask. I think we need to adopt this innovation from Texas Tech so we can have a masked Spartan on campus here, sort of a match for Roses. In any case, let's see if I can successfully change. And so, Mahedi, I will want to show the slide deck.
I think you will be able to share your screen.
Yep.
Okay.
As usual, Mahedi is right. Does that look like a slide deck to you?
Yes.
It does. Good. Okay. Kerk has given the thumbs up, which is a good time for me to get a little bit more serious here. It's a pleasure, of course, to be speaking with people affiliated in leadership of the Innovation Diffusion Lab, IDL. We have something here at Michigan State called the Diffusion Documents Center. And I remember when my mentor, who became well known for popularizing the diffusion of innovations paradigm, the research paradigm, he started handing me printed copies of articles and chapters when I was first beginning to study about diffusion with him. And I would get these copies, these paper copies, and they would have a stamp on them on the top right corner of the first page that said, Diffusion Document Center, Diffusion Document Center. And I kept thinking, I've got to go to this Diffusion Document Center. This sounds great. So I finally asked him, where was this center where all these publications were housed? And he showed me a file cabinet. That was the Diffusion Document Center. So if any of you want paper copies of diffusion studies, come on over to East Lansing and you can have your way with them here. I want to cover several things this morning. First of all, pose a question. Secondly, do a little bit of review about the diffusion of innovations perspective, just very briefly, and then review the three sets of factors or factor sets that many scholars of diffusion believe explain the process of diffusion in many cases. Then I want to introduce three studies that I have been involved in fairly recently of social innovations, social programs and social innovations that augment the diffusion explanations for why things can spread. And these fall into three types of factors that the diffusion paradigm really does not feature. And those are partnerships, organizational partnerships, pathways, or how you will scale something to many more sites, and then dealing with the issue of fidelity of an intervention or an innovation. So first of all, this question, how do social innovations scale up? How do they actually diffuse? Now, of course, there's more than one answer to that simple question, but consider Gateway to College. This is a program that was begun for disconnected youth. These are young students who had dropped out of high school. And in Oregon, back in the year 2000, a couple of faculty wanted to help dropped out students from high school get their graduation certificate from high school and earn some college credits. So they started this program called Gateway to College. It was a mentoring and skills building program. And lo and behold, they had just one site that first year. No surprise there. This was at Portland Community College. And then 4 years later, a second site in California joins Riverside Community Colleges. These are 2-year colleges, like the one I went to. Then 4 years after that, things got a little more quick, right? So you had 17 sites in a number of states, and then eventually more sites than that by 2013. So Gateway to College began diffusing. It began scaling up. Similarly, an intervention that Kurt Key knows quite well, Project ECHO, that was created by Sanjeev Arora at the University of New Mexico in the School of Medicine, is a rather simple telementoring intervention to help medical generalists, family doctors, nurses, largely in rural areas, learn how to deliver certain specialty care so that their low-income patients in rural New Mexico and then other places also, including Texas and Michigan, don't have to travel so far to get specialty care. So this is not telemedicine. Patients are not involved in the intervention. It's physician to physician, specialist to generalist, and vice versa. So another scaling example here, right? Another diffusion example. One site in 2003, and then 21 years later, 1,150 sites in quite a few countries. How did this happen? That is the diffusion question. So before we talk about some answers to that question, a little about me. I worked with Ev Rogers for a number of years. Ev was the popularizer, you might say synthesizer, of the diffusion of innovations paradigm. He didn't invent the idea of innovation diffusion. There had been scholars since 1890 who were writing, they were theorizing from 1890 about diffusion in Germany and then in France, and eventually conducting empirical studies in the 1940s, beginning, as Bey said, with agricultural research. These were largely rural sociologists doing these very first empirical studies of diffusion. So with Ev Rogers, his book that became famous, and it became famous right away when he was quite young, it was published in 1960, the first edition of Diffusion of Innovations. It came out of the second chapter. It was a blown up version, a explicated version of chapter 2 of his dissertation from 1957. His committee, his graduate committee, when he was getting his degree at Iowa State University, did not like the idea of a dissertation, a big project by a student concerning something called the diffusion of innovation. So what Ev Rogers really did is that he recognized that there were researchers all studying diffusion across different academic fields, some in engineering, some in education, some even in physics, some in journalism, and no one was cross-citing. They didn't know about each other's work. So what he did in that second chapter of his dissertation in 1957 was to synthesize those disparate types of diffusion research applied to different topics, different kinds of innovations, and then he identified common factors that seem to explain diffusion or the lack of diffusion in those different topical areas, and that became his book in 1960. So that's something for Texas Tech students maybe to keep in the back of your mind, and that is that your advisor might not always know best. That certainly is the case with me and my students. I have, as Kerk said, been working on several different types of projects. What I do now primarily is working weekly with staff and leadership from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention on overdose prevention innovations, trying to get into reality a strategy for scaling up 3 different innovations to help people not overdose from drug use. I also work closely with 2 national research centers, one with maternal health innovations, the other with suicide prevention innovations. And I just returned from Japan about 3 weeks ago, where I was again studying what you might just call serendipity and the extent to which serendipity, that is the unlooked for co-occurrence of bright ideas in a geographic area. This was a city in Japan where scientists were all brought together for long periods of time, decades, with the government's hope that new bright ideas would take place and creative science would occur, more creative than had been the case in Japan. So I was studying that again after, believe it or not, 40 years. This is a picture of Ev Rogers. And diffusion, just so that we're all clear here, is often described as a overtime process. Oftentimes diffusion, when it happens, takes a very long time. So it's a process that means it's happening over time by which something perceived to be new like a technology or a practice, is talked about or communicated or publicized through different kinds of channels like social media among the members of a social system. So in this definition of diffusion, I really have come to think that maybe the most important word here is one that does not get featured very often, and that's the word among, because diffusion, I believe, really describes a process of social interaction or communicative behavior among people who are actual and potential adopters of innovations. So another way of saying that is that lots of us involved in public relations or advertising or communication find ourselves in the business of disseminating information, but oftentimes those messages that we disseminate have very little, if any, effect on what people decide to believe or do. Well, a diffusion effect means that the receivers of those messages, our intended target audiences, actually respond in a positive way. And that's when we see a curvilinear diffusion diagram like this. So this is the typical heuristic, the typical shortcut way of understanding what diffusion is. And this is a cumulative curve. That means that what we're seeing here in this simple XY chart is adoption decisions over time, and particularly positive adoption decisions over time. People or organizations deciding to adopt some new thing, like a technology or a program or a practice. And cumulative curve, what that means is that each adoption decision is added to each subsequent time of adoption decisions. So we are accumulating over time the number of adoptions. And when you do that with the adoption of innovations, oftentimes, if the innovation does in fact spread, like Gateway to College did, you will see a curvilinear pattern like this one here, or something close to this one here. And the key thing about this curvilinear pattern is when the slope of that line begins to go up quickly. And that's when you see it's the typical explanation for why this line is not linear, but rather curvilinear, is that you have decisions made by people with high degrees of influence. We call them early adopters, subsets of early adopters more specifically. If they decide something's a good idea, and if they adopt it and tell others about it, then the innovation will diffuse. And sometimes you can't stop its diffusion. So what affects that? Well, how can you plausibly generate an S-shaped curve? How can you help something spread from site to site to site to site? Well, three primary factors in the many hundreds of studies of innovations of different types suggest that what we think about an innovation matters. No big surprise there, right? That is its characteristics, what we think about it. When we hear about it, we think about it, and we will associate it with certain kinds of characteristics or meanings. And then secondly, what we think other people think. This is the social influence factor set. And so that S-shaped curve, again, that S-shape is occurring when it does because people of especially high influence are deciding at an early point in time that something is a good idea. That's some people affecting the decisions of other people. This often happens in organizational diffusion, and it can take the form of people adopting innovations even when the attributes or characteristics of the innovation itself, like how well it works or how inexpensive it is, even if they're not really considering those attributes very much, they'll adopt just because others adopt. An imitation effect. This is really quite common with organizations of a certain type. And then lastly, a third factor set that often can help to explain diffusion is context, especially the timing at which an innovation is introduced and how the innovation is framed. That is, how messages describe the innovation. What type of an innovation is it? What is its promise? What is it promising to do for a set of individuals? So this first factor, what we think about an innovation, commonly called innovation attributes, and usually with diffusion research, we will see studies that show again and again and again, there have been many such studies like this, that our perceptions of cost and compatibility and simplicity, especially those three factors, often explain a lot of variance in adoption decisions by people like us when we learn about something new. One thing I would note about these perceived attributes of cost, compatibility, simplicity, effectiveness, etc., is that mostly researchers, people like Kerk and people like me, we will often develop interventions in university settings and emphasize the fourth listed factor here of effectiveness, because typically that's the objective of the sorts of tests we're conducting of an intervention. We want to know, does it work as we anticipated that it would? How well does it perform? Those are effectiveness measures. Those don't necessarily reflect cost or how compatible something new is with the organizational settings or family settings where it would be implemented, or how complex or simple it is. Those first three factors are really important in explaining people's perceptions of an innovation. The second factor of social influence is probably especially interesting, and it's especially interesting for many types of sociologists and social researchers, behavioral researchers who study sociometrics or social network analysis. So here's a simple diagram. It's kind of messy, it's kind of detailed, but in many ways it's simple. All you're seeing here are lines and dots. The dots represent, in this case, judges in the state of Pennsylvania, and the lines with little arrows on them represent the pattern of advice seeking from judge to judge. We got these data and graphed it this way through a social network analysis program, which is quite easy to do by virtue of administering a simple survey to the judges, about 860 of them in Pennsylvania, all of whom adjudicate cases of juvenile justice in that state. And we asked a very simple question: who do you look to for new ideas for juvenile justice improvement among your peers? And they responded by writing in names. And the names they wrote in were, in all cases, somewhat strangely, judges in Pennsylvania. So what you end up seeing here, what this pattern is really showing, is that the network of judges for this topic in that geographic area is really one big network. It's interconnected. And the advantage of that, if you want to design for diffusion or try to affect the diffusion of some evidence-based practice or program or new policy, the advantage there is that, as you can see, the center of this sociometric diagram shows a whole lot of lines between those nodes or dots or judges. What that means is that you have a few judges, actually 12, who have about 70% of all the nominations by their peers, by their fellow judges in the state of Pennsylvania. So if you know who those 12 are, you can very rapidly get messages to all the other 848. But you have to know who the 12 are. And that's the special advantage of doing what we would call network analysis. That's what we would call the social influence explanation for innovation diffusion. Third factor of context really is very important, and it can overwhelm the other two factors in terms of explaining decisions to adopt an innovation or not. Launch timing is really important because of something called path dependence, which is a fancy way of saying that how you start can affect how you end up. And partly this means, who are you working with? Who are you partnering with? And what's the means by which, or the channel through which, you're going to try to communicate about your particular innovation? Framing is also very important. Kerk mentioned that I had worked with a large healthcare organization. In that organization, every year, the organization set new objectives for how they were trying to improve patient care and patient affordability and patient safety. So they would prioritize those three objectives every year. They would mix up the prioritization of those three. Some years it would be patient safety. Some years it would be patient quality of care. Well, you have to ideally align how you're framing an intervention with the frames that are considered important at that time by whoever your adopters, your likely adopters are. So you might have an intervention in the case of that healthcare organization that was about cost improvement, But if the organization wasn't valuing cost improvement heavily that year, you wouldn't want to frame it that way. And oftentimes you can frame the same innovation in alternative ways. Okay. One way to explain diffusion is post hoc study. So what that means is that you look for innovations that have failed to diffuse and you seek to explain that failure, or you look for innovations that did diffuse and you seek to explain that success. And that's precisely what we did in 3 different studies, beginning in 27 and continuing through 2023. I'll try to briefly describe those for you here. So first of all was a study, this was sponsored by the Wallace Foundation in New York City, of 45 different social programs, social innovations in education, youth development, and health, each of which had scaled up, each of which had diffused to some extent in the United States. So these were different interventions, communities that care, housing first, nurse-family partnership. These are all names of interventions that diffused to some degree. They were to some degree successful. What did we learn in general from those 45 separate cases? We collected about 500 documents that were describing these interventions and conducted 100 interviews of leaders of those interventions. So 3 sets of strategic decisions explained a lot of what we saw in terms of diffusion. We also concluded that social entrepreneurs learned how to move their interventions from site to site to site, how to help scale them up, but it took them a long time in many cases, largely from their explanation because they just didn't know what they were doing. They would try one way of diffusing their innovation, and when that didn't prove successful, then they would try a second way. In some cases, they would try 2 or 3 ways of diffusing their intervention concomitantly. So there was a lot of unknowingness by the social entrepreneurs, the leaders of those interventions themselves. The one thing we learned also here in this study of 45 innovations was that universities and colleges in the US are not always the best laboratories or incubators for launching social innovations or social programs. Our universities, certainly mine, is not really set up to do that and really doesn't value it to the extent that I think it could. We do value the production of commercial innovations, but social innovations tend not to have the monetary advantage of a commercial innovation, no patent advantage typically. And so the universities or colleges have less interest in helping those to grow and diffuse. A second study, a couple years after that first study of 45 successful innovations that had scaled up, was looking just at 5 innovations, and these all began in other countries, low and medium income countries, and had spread to the United States. And we wanted to try to understand whether diffusion explanations accounted for that reciprocal or reverse spread to the US. So general lessons from that study of innovations from Mexico and Sweden and the UK, Colombia and South Africa were that, again, it was a very unusual, or maybe that's not the right word, uncertain process for the social entrepreneurs, the leaders of each of those 5 social programs. They had to partner to get things done. None of them got things successfully accomplished by themselves or just by their own team. They had to partner with other organizations. They tried like crazy. They never gave up. These were rather remarkable people in both of these studies who were leading these social innovations, but especially in these global cases where innovations had made it in low and middle income countries somehow, right, without much in the way of resources, and then managed to come to the US. We also noted very, very considerable adaptations in the diffusion of these innovations, let's say from South Africa to the United States, very considerable adaptation. So the innovation at time 1 wasn't necessarily the same thing as it was at time 2. We also found that low and middle income country identification of these innovations was not a negative. It wasn't a detriment as perceived by stakeholders in the US who had decided to adopt these innovations. We thought that would be a detriment. It was not. A third study, and the last one I'll mention here, is one that Kerk, again, is familiar with, although there were 3 different grants that powered the research we did here. This was a study of Project ECHO that I had mentioned earlier, this telemetry program by which medical specialists mentor medical generalists to deliver specialty care to rural low-income patients. So what did we learn about Project ECHO? This is a case of just one intervention, but it has diffused rather remarkably, at least from afar. So first of all, the team, the institute, which powers Project ECHO, it's a large team and employs about 100 full-time people now in New Mexico. They really emphasize adoption only, which is a way of saying they don't really concern themselves too much with implementation and the objective of sustainability. You might think to yourself, well, what good is it if an organization or a community adopts some effective practice, but then it doesn't sustain, if it goes away in 2 or 3 years? Well, that's a very good question. Sustainability, in one sense, is everything if you want to derive benefit from an evidence-based innovation. That wasn't the emphasis of the ECHO Institute at the University of New Mexico, and in some ways that enabled them to really diffuse this innovation. I say that, and I'll backtrack here slightly. I say that because in typical diffusion research, for example, that Ev Rogers carried out and led in multiple countries over about 4 decades, the primary dependent variable of study, the thing they accounted for, the thing they measured in order to know whether adoption had happened or not, simply was whether people had in fact purchased or were trained or decided to adopt an innovation. So when adoption is your primary dependent variable of study, it makes some sense that an organization like the ECHO Institute might really just try to get other people to adopt Project ECHO in this case. That is, you put all your power, all your paid staff into trying to achieve adoption, and you don't worry about what happens to the innovation, whether it's implemented well or whether it sustains in practice. So let's see. A strategy decision from these 3 studies in 2017 and 19 and 2023, a first strategy decision that we note across these 3 studies of successfully diffused innovations is that, again, nobody really goes it alone if innovations in the social sphere are going to diffuse. The partnerships are incredibly important. This diagram shows for one innovation that was begun in the School of Social Work at Columbia University in New York City. It began as something called Pathways to Housing. And it began because of one faculty member who was distraught with all the homeless people in New York City and wanted to find an answer for them so that they could be housed. His belief, his theory, you might say, was that people cannot improve their life if they don't have a stable place to live, if they need counseling for drug use, if they need family counseling, if they don't have a job, if they're not good at conflict negotiation skills. It's hard for people, he believed, to advance in any of those objectives if they don't know where they're going to live. So he created this intervention called Pathways to Housing to provide homeless people an immediate housed apartment in most cases. And they had spectacular success with Pathways to Housing. It was later renamed Housing First, which is probably a little more descriptive of the theory behind the intervention. But this diagram briefly just suggests that partnerships, other organizations are essential if you're really going to scale up, as Housing First did. It has now been adopted in whole by several European nations, by the Canadian government, by the Veterans Administration in the US, by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, different organizations that have adopted it as a way to provide housing to individuals in need. And part of what you can see maybe from this diagram is that partners change over time. You don't necessarily need to stay with the same partner. So some partners are essential for proving that your intervention works. Some partners are essential for replicating initial success. Other partners are essential for diffusion, for reaching a broad number of potential adopters and helping them to implement to good effect. A second strategy is what we refer to as pathway strategy. And this simply answers the question of how are they going to do what they're hoping to do? So we found three primary pathways by which social entrepreneurs across our three studies were achieving diffusion. Some of them followed what we call a branching approach to a pathway. And what that simply means, if you think in business terms, is that if you're going to grow, let's say if you're going to move from one site like Lubbock to other sites like East Lansing, a branching approach would have you assign your own employees to the new sites after you had trained them yourself. So you fully own and fully train and fully take all the costs and responsibility for each new location. As you might expect, that can be a pretty slow way to achieve diffusion for a social innovation. An affiliate approach is different and it's quicker to scale. It's quicker to diffusion because you train others to do what you yourself have done. This is also called franchising, right? This is what fast food restaurants do so well. They find franchisees who are willing to invest and train them in the approach that the corporation is taking. So it's not your own employees who are providing the service or providing the product in new sites. It's others you've trained and then adhere to a certain degree of quality. A third approach is called a distribution network. And we found a number of social innovations following distribution networks, which basically mean that you find an organization that already has broad reach to the types of organizations that you want to affect. That is, the types of organizations whose decision makers you hope to communicate your message about a social program, and they have the authority to make a decision about to adopt it or not adopt it. So three general approaches to pathways that we found across our three studies. With the issue of a distribution network in particular, we saw a lot of organizations moving very quickly. So in branching approaches to diffusion, you might see 20 years or you might see 25 years. In the case of pathways to housing that became Housing First, it took a couple of decades to really reach scale with that. But with other innovations that have taken more of a distribution network approach, that is partnering with an existing network organization that ties together many organizations of a type, like a professional association, you can achieve diffusion much more quickly. Fidelity is always an issue, certainly for researchers, certainly for people at a university like Texas Tech, or like at Michigan State. And what I mean is that fidelity refers to a replication of the factors that lead to an innovation showing its success. So typically, to assess fidelity, that is the extent to which an innovation achieves its objectives, you would compare the initial achievements of an innovation in an initial test with how subsequent others are able to do the same thing after they have been trained to implement the innovation in their own site. And that would be an assessment of fidelity. So fidelity is very, very important for certain types of interventions. For example, those concerning pharmaceuticals or drug use, because dosage can be so important for individuals. You don't want to overdose, you don't want to underdose. And also, this can be very important for learning or educational innovations, K-12 innovations, preschool interventions in particular, because it's easy to go wrong with such interventions. But for other types of interventions, adaptations can prove very good in terms of positive outcomes. In fact, in many cases, when we adapt innovations, we find that subsequent versions of those interventions can outperform the original version of those interventions. So we saw the social entrepreneurs that we had studied across our 3 studies kind of playing with the issue of fidelity and coming up in many cases with an idea of what we came to term as bounded elasticity. That is, when we would interview social entrepreneurs and their staff about interventions and how they may have changed them over time at different sites, they would say, well, we understand our intervention. We know what it's supposed to look like. We know what the main principles of it are. So if we don't see all those principles, then we know it has to be changed. But if we do see those principles, and even if they're implemented in different creative ways, that can still be a very good outcome and maybe even a better outcome. A good example of this is a woman named Jill Valet, who was a founder and CEO of an intervention called Playworks in Oakland, California. So I met Jill at her office some years ago, and she told me a story about how she had visited a nearby low-income elementary school in Oakland, and she was sitting in the principal's office, and she noted outside the window, it was recess, so the kids were outside, and she noted that not all the kids were playing. Some of the kids were just standing around, and they were standing around alone. They were not standing with others. They were not playing with others. So she decided that she would start an intervention. She called it, it wasn't called Playworks. It was called Sports for Kids initially. It became called Playworks after a while. They rebranded to attract more people. But the intervention simply was a coach, a Playworks coach, who would go to an elementary school as a full-time member of the school. They would be there every day of the week. They would organize recess activities, play activities, lunch break activities, and they would organize the activities based around the lessons that the teachers in the classes were working on at that time with students. So it's a pretty intensive type of intervention, and it involved, again, a full-time member being assigned to an elementary school. So what Jill Valet and her organization did was they charged each elementary school $30,000 a year to pay for the cost of that Playworks coach to be at the school programming these things. Well, of course, what they found out, even though they had a number of schools start Playworks and have the coaches on site, they quickly found out that they were actually missing the mark. They were missing those schools they most wanted to help, because which needy elementary schools have $30,000 year after year after year, right? That's not realistic if you really want to help low-income schools serving low-income kids. So they created a second type of Playworks. So they knew, they conducted nice research studies of what they called their Playworks coach version, the full $30,000 a year version per school. They knew it was effective in helping reduce social isolation among kids in the schools. They had good data supporting this, quantitative and qualitative data. But they also knew they were not helping the most needy. So they created a second type of Playworks program that they called Playworks Lite. And in this version of Playworks, the coach only visited a school 1 day a week. So all of a sudden, you had a full-time employee of Playworks who could now be working with 5 different schools. Well, it worked pretty well. The outcomes were not as good for reducing social isolation at elementary schools, but they were still quite good. And schools were very happy with this. And all of a sudden, it became more affordable for more schools. But they still were not reaching a lot of schools that just didn't have the money to pay even for 1 day a week coaches. So they created Playworks Online, which, no surprise, attracted over 7,000 schools into the Playworks set of adopters. And was the fidelity as good? They actually don't know. They've done some data collection, but the data, they were positive, the staff were positive that the outcomes probably were less desirable, but still good enough. So this is typical with reducing fidelity on purpose for innovations. When you want to reach a broader set of adopters in a disruptive way, you want to reach more needy adopters, and you want to do so at low cost, at reduced cost. You know you won't probably achieve the same high degree of outcomes as initially demonstrated, but it can still be good enough. A couple common mistakes, and then I'll stop here so that we can discuss things a little bit. We often see over-reliance on data, over-reliance on outcomes, over-reliance on program efficacy and effectiveness data. And so what I really mean is that sometimes researchers get in the way, researchers like me, or researchers like folks at Texas Tech, get in the way in the sense of requiring high degrees of fidelity with interventions that, if loosened up a little bit in terms of fidelity outcomes and how good the intervention works, could benefit more people at more sites. We sometimes, very often in fact, use ourselves as communicators. And this is problematic in many cases. What I mean is that the people who design the interventions, like Jill Valet for PlayWorks, or like a Texas Tech researcher who creates a new social innovation, they oftentimes are the people who talk about it and communicate about it. Now, they can be enthusiastic and they can often get funders to help to support that innovation. But in terms of getting adopters to try the innovation, many times the creators are not the best communicators. Many of you are communication professionals and communication students, so you may understand this point, that there is value to be trained in communication. We also see many innovations that are introduced prematurely. They're introduced too soon. They're introduced before all the data are in, suggesting under what conditions a particular innovation is likely to work really well. So it can be wise to pause or to wait. We see almost always that the ratio of investment in development of social innovations is reversed from what you see in the commercial sector or the corporate sector. So typically with corporate America, you have very large marketing budgets compared to the initial R&D or developmental budget. That is a small amount of money into development, but a very large amount of money into marketing. And you see just the opposite thing with social innovations, almost nothing in marketing, which can go a long ways to explaining why others just don't know about new social innovations. I'm going to skip a couple items here, but I'll mention these two common mistakes. The assumption that status equals influence. This is an important sociological point. And what I mean here is that status is authority. Status in an organization or in a community, that's not the same thing as being influential with people. These are two separate constructs. And so oftentimes, and I've made this mistake a number of times myself, if I want to know who can influence other people in a particular community, I might start with city council, I might start with elected officials, I might start with business leaders. Well, those are status leaders. Those are not necessarily the individuals that people in the community respect and consider worth following in terms of advice. So you want to make sure that if you're trying to spread an innovation on the basis of social influence, that you are partnering with influential individuals, not just high status people. Founders syndrome, we see a lot. And this simply means that sometimes founders stay on board too long. Sometimes the person who develops a social program is convinced that only she is going to be the best voice to represent that to others. And, founders can be great at creating innovations and testing interventions. That's what university researchers are trained to do in many cases. But that doesn't mean they know anything about communication or marketing or building an organization or community outreach. So lastly, adding scale-up concepts from studies like the 3 that we have done, or from business literature and marketing literature about pathway decisions, partnership decisions, and then considerations about fidelity can add to what you're able to explain with typical diffusion attributes, the attributes of the innovations themselves, the social influence, how others shape the perspectives of yet other potential adopters, and the context, the timing and framing of innovation introduction. Let's see, Mahedi? I think I'm done.
All right, great. Thank you, Jim. Mahedi and I are very thankful for your presentation. We're excited about hearing what questions the audience may have for you. All right, let's open up for questions. Anyone?
I can go.
Yes, Ashraf.
Hi, my name is Ashraf. I'm a doctoral candidate ABD under Kerk supervision. So I developed an Gen AI tool called Bangla AI, which mostly as a social innovation. It's helped Bangladeshi immigrants in New York City to translate who were not fluent in English, help them to mostly ethnic media journalists. So you are talking about scaling up business. So for me, because it has a social implication, and also I haven't done any usability test with my tool for my dissertations. But again, I know in the past, because I also applied for some innovation fund, which is focused on business. So one question always I face, who's going to pay for it? Like in academia, we don't have to answer this question. What is the market? So if I want to scale up my social innovation, what recommendation you have for me and what route I should take if I want to take it to a larger scale?
Excellent question. And of course, this is a common question. You've got to have funding in many cases. What have you explored so far in terms of initial funding, and what development stage are you at with this app?
Oh, we have a prototype, workable prototype, and in the usability testing, the market lead is Google Translate. So from English to Bangla to English translation, we outdated Google Translate. We provide better translation, but again, we are using APIs from OpenAI. So we didn't build our own LLM, so we have to pay OpenAI. So I need to sustain the market, I need to have some sort of income that can support this buying API token on all the infrastructural development.
And tell me again the likely adopters, those who would make purchase decisions or download decisions.
Oh, those will be Bangladeshi immigrant based in New York City or America who are not fluent in English. They're like based on Pew, more than 57% of Bangladeshi immigrants are not fluent in English who lives in the US.
So, and this is New York City in particular?
Yeah, firstly focusing on New York City and journalist. Like that's the number one first, I will say, SOC, the first targeted people who use who works in a local. There are some media called ethnic media who are Bangladeshi but based in New York City, so they serve in Bangla language. They are my primary user of this tool, and then it can scale up to the all other immigrants living in the United States.
So, so a lot of times, as I'm sure you know, it's important to show momentum if you want initial investment, right? Showing momentum in terms of, if not users, then interest in a particular developed app or a different technology. So the first thought I have had listening to you is about service intermediaries. And what I mean are those organizations or individuals in New York City, probably, who provide services for Bangladeshis coming into the city. So I'm wondering if you have tried reaching out to service representatives, those who knew Bangladeshis in New York City would be looking to for various kinds of services, both for word of mouth, but also so that they could suggest, downloads or using an app like this, whether it's in a developmental stage or beyond prototype.
Okay, yeah. That's like New York City office has a office for mayor office for ethnic media. So I communicate with them. I have a meeting with them. But again, it's like because I did my field work, so it was a mixed method. I also was in New York for 4 weeks to collect data and getting some ethnographic perspective and everything. But again, it's very different environment, like going there, staying and understanding. But yeah, I think I will, after finishing dissertation, I might look to pursue. So that's other thing. So what do you think, like that's a social innovation that start from a university? What are the chances to actually become an innovation and get impact in the society? Like we have seen that lots of innovation that start in the laboratories that got widespread adoption. But what about social innovation like this? That's more care about social impact rather than business revenue.
Right. Yeah, well, most innovations fail. So the odds are not good, but you and I are in the business of working with innovations where we understand the odds are not good. So whether we're applying for grants or applying for contracts or whatever it is, or launching an innovation, I'm wondering, it sounds really interesting to me that you did some ethnographic research in the city. So what about businesses that serve recent immigrant Bangladeshis? And I'm wondering about restaurants and places where Bangladeshis would be housed, or community centers, but not the government agency itself. I mean, that's fine to go talk with those folks and perhaps they'll be able to help. But what about the specific organizations that Bangladeshis will avail themselves of?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. I know lots other people might have a question. I will get your email from Kerk because I have just write my own. I can go hours and hours for this, but I will take an appointment with you and talk further. But I will let if anyone else have question, because I know most other participant might have question for you, so I don't want to kill all the time. I will reach out to you and we will talk if you have some time.
Okay, sure. I'd look forward to that.
Thank you.
I see Kerk, and I see Kerk put a question in the chat.
That's right. I asked Kirk if he would be willing to ask the question verbally, and he said yes. So that's why Mahedi spotlighted Kirk.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So I really enjoyed the talk so far. I was wondering, you talked about how looser fidelity requirements can be beneficial for adoption, but is there a point at which those requirements begin to work against the original purpose? And if so, is there a way to spot that, or is it just go by feel kind of thing?
Now, great question, Kerk. I don't think it's go by feel. I think that, it depends on the intervention. It depends on what types of data collection are possible for monitoring of both process indicators and outcome indicators, I would think. But you're exactly right here that when you do allow the fidelity to to move for an intervention, when you do allow, let me try to say it more succinctly. When you do allow implementers to do things that you hadn't anticipated with an intervention, or to make adaptations with an intervention, that you'll have positive adoption, but implementation you won't know anything about at all unless it's being monitored. So there's no question that in one sense, adoption and implementation can be inversely related to one another, right? So it's at implementation where you get actual outcomes of how well something is working. Both the provision of its services are the components of the intervention being provided as you determined they were necessary? And then secondly, whatever the outcomes are the kids learning more? Are people healthier? Whatever the actual outcomes of the intervention might be. So adoption and implementation can be inversely related. It's implementation that really matters in many cases, right? Because like the Project Echo example that I tried to discuss at some length, they achieved a lot of adoption. Have they achieved successful implementation? I don't know. And they don't know.
Right. Great. Thank you. That's what I was wondering. Thank you.
Yeah. And the other thing about that, Kerk, that I always try to remember is that, when we test things as researchers, our tests are typically pretty narrowly construed. We're looking at particular outcomes from particular predictors of those outcomes. And because of that, because we're only typically looking for outcomes that we've anticipated and that we think are going to be beneficial, we're not usually trying to measure second order outcomes, and we're not usually trying to measure negative outcomes, sometimes, but not often. And so because of that, we don't have a good sense much of the time in estimating whether an intervention once adapted might actually be outperforming the original version of the intervention. I don't think there's any theoretical reason why practitioners in modifying an intervention are necessarily going to do a worse job than the original designers would do. I mean, you might successfully make the argument that who knows a group of potential beneficiaries better than those who provide direct service to them, right? Than the nurses, the community health workers, whoever they might be, they're delivering the service. So if they make modifications to the intervention, they might have very good reason for doing so.
Right. Yeah, I mean, they're on the ground, so they're closer to the actual end target. So yeah,
exactly right. And so there's a great literature, Kirk, in what some people would call Plan, Do, Study, Act means of process improvement in organizations, especially in healthcare organizations. And that's the basis, really, for Plan, Do, Study, Act methodologies, is that those providing direct service are in the best possible position to know. Just like a teacher in the classroom with students being able to assess learning, you don't want me assessing that learning, or you don't want to trust my assessment necessarily over the teacher herself who's implementing the program that maybe I designed. She knows what's going on. Now, of course, she might be biased and she might be wrong, but I might be too.
Sure. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure. Maggie.
Hi. So I'm like my question is not as diffusion of innovations, probably focused as some of these other very talented scholars here. A lot of my work focuses on sexual health and communication. So I was interested in the beginning of your talk, you mentioned that you've done some work with maternal health. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that and kind of those projects or one of those projects that you've been involved in.
Yeah, sure, Maggie. So I don't have too much to say about this because it's still at an early point in time in the intervention development by the project teams in that national center. So Maggie, I sometimes get involved. I sometimes get invited to join teams with the team's hope that I can help them diffuse innovations once they test and verify those interventions. So that particular group of project teams, that's the National Center for Maternal and Child Health, they're not that far along yet. They're still conducting trials, clinical trials, and other kinds of studies of the interventions that they're testing. And, if some of those prove promising, then I get active.
Okay. I was just wondering like what kind of interventions they were like looking at and things like that, if you had any idea of what was going on at the ground level there.
Yeah, some of their work concerns partnerships between different types of support organizations. Some of these concern partnerships between incarceration institutions, prisons and jails, and then community service organizations, peer support services. Some of their work concerns nutrition counseling, education, kind of like that.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Sure. Jennifer.
How are you?
I'm fine.
I just to kind of speak on the process improvement for a discussion you were having here. I am working with a organization currently helping them adopt a new software, and we did all of the integration and did all of the IT, all of the things in the back end to make their lives easier. However, we're still really struggling with that adoption from a user level. Any advice, I guess you could say, for encouragement for getting more user involvement for that adoption to actually have a successful integration?
So Jennifer, has the team done some user experience research?
We have, and there's even, I guess you can say, hesitancy to fill out a questionnaire for user experience. So a lot of it is just stubbornness and unwillingness, but still needing to get over that barrier. while being respectful of people's time and their length of employment with this current organization.
And so, Jennifer, are these potential users, are they all within one organization?
They are.
Okay, that's interesting. And what kind of organization is it?
It's a distributorship for a heavy machinery company. So it's just basically integrating a software for a company that was literally pen and paper up until 6 months ago.
And Jennifer, how many employees in the company?
15.
Oh, it's
a
small.
small company. It's a very
really
small business. Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was going to suggest a social network analysis, but you don't need to do that with 15. Normally, Jennifer, what we would do, like we did a study not too long ago, maybe 3 years ago, with a large, 500 member state government agency. And it sounded like what you're describing. It wasn't an issue of a technology to be adopted, but it was an issue of a vision to be adopted, a new way of, thinking about themselves, interacting with clients, etc. And the first step we took, because it was a fairly large organization, was doing a network analysis so that we could learn who were likely most influential in the organization, not authoritative. That's easy to know. We knew that.
Right.
Who were others listening to, because there was resistance to this in the organization. That's what we were being told, like you were mentioning. But in a very small organization, yeah, you can't go that route. So, that's a tough one. I'm not sure.
I'm glad I'm not alone in that thought. Thank
No,
you.
You're not alone. I mean, an advantage is that it is a knowable organization, right? It's
Right.
small enough that you could probably have a very valid sense of what the reactions are, what the barriers to implementation are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sorry I can't be of any help.
That's
then.
okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. And it was a great talk.
Thank you. Let's see. Mahedi, I think I'm over time.
Jim, you're actually right on time. As Mahedi and I have been chatting in text about, how great the Q&A has been, and thank you for all the questions, and thank you for your insights and advice and wisdom for all the questions, and of course your wonderful keynote talk. So we will now transition to the next panel, but before that, let's give Jim a round of applause and thank him for sharing his wisdom, knowledge, and everything with us today. And thank you, Jim. Again, thank you for your talk. And
Sure,
now
thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I'll transition over to Mahedi, and he's going to get us situated for the first student panel.
Sure. Thank you so much, Jim, Kirk, and everyone. That was quite insightful. So now we are not taking any break, actually. We look like, okay, give me a second. Sorry, I'm just looking for the schedule. Okay. So now it's time for our first round of presentations. And this is the very first round of presentations. Silo, PhD candidate and also ideal member, is going to be host of this panel. So I'm going to hand it over to Silo for introducing the panel.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I am excited to host this session. And I wanted to thank Dr. Jim again for such a wonderful presentation. And we've been learning about diffusion, and it's exciting every day to learn about the new things and the different areas that this is applicable and this is working. And so thank you again for that, and for everyone who has been participating. So the first session is It's titled AI on the Rise, Exploring the Diffusion of Generative and Intelligent Technologies. And so this session is exploring how generative AI and intelligent tools are being adopted across sectors from creative software to social media platforms. So our presenters will be presenting papers where they investigate user perceptions, message diffusion patterns, and implications for communication, creativity, and technological trust. So without wasting more of our time, I would like to call on the first presenter, Jeffrey. Forgive me if I don't pronounce this correctly, but this is Jeffrey Adu, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly, yeah.
Yes. Oh, so he's presenting a paper titled Unveiling the Adoption of Generative AI Writing Tools, a Diffusion of Innovation Perspective. And you will have 7 minutes for this presentation. Every of our speakers, we have 7 minutes. We will take the questions after all the presenters in this session have presented. So you have the floor. I think you're not a host, so you can share your screen.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity given me to bring my perspective on board. First of all, I want to establish that these are an ongoing project. It's not completed yet, but I took the opportunity to present it so that I'll get views and contribution to serve as a direction for me. All right, so my study is unveiling the adoption of generative AI writing tools, a diffusion of innovation perspective. All right, so we all know the generative AI writing tools has become a dimension of artificial intelligence that is proliferating across business entities, individual lives, and has become almost indispensable. So this study, I actually embarked on this study to be able to appreciate some of the adoption patterns and the factors that influence individuals and business adoption of some of these tools and the factors that influence their rejections and also some of the ethical concerns, basically. So example of the generative AI writing tools I'm focusing on in this study includes ChatGPT and then Google Bard, basically. And then, just as I said a minute. Okay. Yeah, so I'm looking more into the factors that influence the adoptions of these tools and factors that influence their rejection, and also more of the ethical concerns. I some research regarding this topic, and these are examples of findings of some other scholars' contribution regarding the topic. Using the theory in the innovation theory to be able to, get complexity, triability, observability, and all that, to be able to know how these unique attributes influence individual and business decisions in adopting AI generating tools, AI generative writing tools, and how these unique features also inform their decision in rejecting some of these tools, basically. All right, so a minute. I don't know, but it was cut.
Okay.
See it?
It seems Jeffrey's having a little trouble with his network. Hello? Okay, maybe we'll come back to Jeffrey's presentation. If the next presenter is ready, Mahedi, could you pause the timing for Jeffrey, and we will take the next presentation, and then we will come back to Jeffrey. If you could leave a message.
I think Jeffrey is back. Jeffrey, are you able?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I think my apartment internet is not stable that much. Sorry about that. Please, can I reshare my screen and then quickly do that?
Yes.
Okay, please.
All right. So, my research questions. Oh, sorry. Please, can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right. So, but my first research question is, what are the major factors influencing users' adoption of AI writing tools? Then the second research question is, how do adoption categories differ across professional sectors? And then the last one, which is more ethically concerned, has to do with how do users perceive the ethical implications of using generative AI writing tools in academic and professional setting. So with the method, actually prioritizing using interviews, I want to interview a number of professions in academia and also in other business settings and students to be able to know the factors that influence their motives in adopting some of these tools and the factors that influence their motives in rejecting some of these tools. And then I'll do transcription and then do thematic coding to be able to know the trends linking to the motives of these participants involved in the study to be able to help me in my analysis, basically. All right, so some of the anticipated implication is to inform policymakers on strategies for ethical AI integration, then also to guide educators and institutions in incorporating AI tools responsibly, then to support developers in addressing complexity and trust issues, then finally to promote digital literacy around AI generative technologies or generative AI technologies. So basically that is a nutshell of the study I'm proposing to work on. I mean, I'm currently working on, basically. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey. Thank you. We'll take the next presentation without wasting more time. Impact of generative AI on perceived communication effectiveness, and that is going to be presented by Nuzat Tabassum from the University of Louisiana. It's Lafayette. I'm sorry if I murdered these names and pronunciations.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. I think you should be able to share your screen.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Yes, you're on. We can see your screen.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Nuzhat Tabassum, and I am a graduate student in the Department of Communication from University of Louisiana at Lafayette. And today I am excited to present my study titled Impact of Generative AI on Perceived Communication Effectiveness. And I'm going to explore how students perceive AI-generated explanations, especially in a learning context, and whether disclosure that is telling them it was generated by AI matters or not. Sorry. So let's get started. So yeah, so we are living in a time where artificial intelligence is not just a buzzword, but a daily reality. From Siri to Alexa to ChatGPT, AI is being used in education, medicine, finance, and beyond, basically in every sectors. After the launch of ChatGPT in 2022, the use of generative AI, which creates new contents like text, images, and videos, became more widespread and accessible than ever. And in educational institutions, generative AI is being used not only by students, but also by professors or instructors to provide explanations, write feedbacks, and simplify complex solutions. But there is a core question that inspired my study, which is that how do students perceive the effectiveness of communication when the explanation is generated by AI rather than a human or a professor or an instructor? And also, does it make a difference if we tell them it is the solution is generated by artificial intelligence? So yeah, here is my research question. How does generative AI impact perceived communication effectiveness? Okay, so let's get into the highlights of literature review. So according to Martineau from 2024, generative AI refers to deep learning models capable of generating high quality output. Perceived communication effectiveness is defined by Morgan and Hunt in 1994 as how clearly and efficiently information flows from sender to receiver. In this case, from teacher or AI to students. And tools like ChatGPT have shown promise in education. For example, Mizumoto and Igochi found that AI can speed up assessment process and provide instant feedback. Students have reported that generative AI explanations, when prompted correctly, can make even complex concepts more understandable. However, there's a gap in research. While we know generative AI works, we don't know how students perceive the effectiveness of its communication, especially when they are told it is AI generated. So this study is grounded in Diffusion of Innovation, DOI theory by Everett Rogers, because this theory will explain how, why, and at what rate new ideas and technologies spread through cultures. And in this study, generative AI is treated as an innovation being adopted by students in educational settings. So here are my hypotheses. First one is use of generative AI will have a positive relationship with perceived communication effectiveness. And hypothesis number 2 is the positive relationship of generative AI on perceived communication effectiveness will be stronger if the solution is disclosed as AI rather than human generated. This is my conceptual model. So my use of generative AI is independent variable and perceived communication effectiveness is dependent variable, and AI disclosure will act as a moderator for the study. So we are going to use 2x2 experimental designs. And here are the conditions for my experimental design. One is Gen AI solution and AI disclosure. Number 2 is Gen AI solution and human disclosure. Number 3 is human isolation plus AI disclosure. And number 4 is human solution plus human disclosure. As I said earlier, independent variable would be use of generative AI. Dependent variable is perceived communication effectiveness. And moderator is AI disclosure. So I'm going to use this study on 160 college students from Southern US University. And my sampling would be a convenience sampling. And we are going to conduct this study via Qualtrics with random assignment to one of 4 conditions. And participants will view a math problem solution and rate its effectiveness. So how are we going to measure our DV and IV? So for communication effectiveness, I'm going to use 5-point Likert scale from Sharma and Peterson from the year 1999. The respondents will answer the following questions on 5-point scales to strongly disagree to strongly agree. So here are some questions like, I have found this solution to be very well informed about what is going on. The solution explains mathematical concepts that are required to understand it. The solution has given me as much information as I like to have. And we will ask participants to guess whether the solution was AI or human generated, and that will be our moderation check. So we are going to use our data. So our data analysis will be conducted using Excel, and FREST will conduct to compare mean ratings across the 4 groups. And we will calculate the effect size to determine the strength of group differences. So we are expected that generative AI generated explanations will receive higher ratings for communication effectiveness. Disclosing that the solution is AI generated may enhance this effect further, and this study will suggest that transparency and technology both play roles in students' learning perception. Here is the theoretical contributions of this study. Advances in the understanding of AI in educational communication. Can I have some minutes? It will link the generative AI uses with communication effectiveness perceptions, and it will help educators to decide how to use AI tools, and it will inform policy about AI disclosure in classroom settings. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
very much.
Thank you so much for
Yes.
attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Nilzat.
I'm stop sharing my, yeah.
Yes, thank you for that wonderful presentation. We can take our questions and note them down because we will go to the questions after our presentations. Okay, the next presentation for today is investigating the diffusion and impact of DeepSeek OpenAI software tool. This will be presented by Chike Ifeoma Christiana, she's here at Texas Tech University. So over to you, Ifeoma.
Thank you, Sharon. Okay. Okay, thank you, Sharon, for using me, and thank you, Anna, for giving me this opportunity to give this presentation for my proposed study of investigating the diffusion and impact of DeepSeek OpenAI. So I'm actually interested in the OpenAI software of DeepSeek and the opportunities around that. Today, as artificial intelligence revolutionizing the development, and Africa is kind of beginning to like gain agency, seeking to solve problems using AI and tell their stories, even using their local languages and improving on technologies using DeepSeek as an open model or as a category king model to like use it to solve a problem that is basically unique or bespoke to Africa. So that's just like this study explores the diffusion of innovation among African AI startups and focusing on how they could use technology to solve problems in education, agriculture, technology like in the tech world, in the tech field, and also in other areas, using African realities, presenting their identity, and also kind of even including their language so that underrepresented societies could actually benefit using the model, and also what the subset they could create using these sub applications to solve unique problems for Africans in general. And there are lots of AI setup companies that are actually into this, and they've been doing massive work to see if this if they could actually leverage on AI technology to solve African-based problems, and also use the opportunity to create innovation and growth, sustainable growth that could help Africa for development. So the ground level is that Africa and AI startup and entrepreneurial capitalism is using this open AI source of DeepSeek to actually leverage on opportunities to create unique opportunities for them to solve the unique problem. That's like the main area I'm going to be exploring in this study. But how are they going to do this actually? The first thing is that AI can operate in a vacuum, because there could be like a structure or a framework that AI could actually work on, for them to like have like optimization in business productivity, or in agriculture, or even in health sector. So that leads me to the research question that I have: how does DeepSeek open source nature contribute to the development of how does DeepSeek open source nature contribute its rapid adoption among budget conscious AI developers? Even create category king model open source, such as we have like in ChatGPT, DeepSeek. Maybe Africa could have a model framework that could help other Africans to develop other large language or subsets that could help them in businesses, education, agriculture, to solve problems that could help them to like solve their unique problem. Also innovating and diffusing these technologies for users even in the undeserved community. Then how is AI technology being used to address African-specific challenges across sectors such as education, health, digital trading, and agriculture? What policies and strategies can help sustain AI innovation, particularly in the way our problem is unique to us? This is not like basically maybe Nigeria or South Africa. Africans have their unique problems that is bespoke to them. So using AI startups, using such big framework model, DeepSeek, which is like open for them, we also make them, give them opportunity to solve some problems in the field of education, agriculture, and most of the problems that they could solve. We also use using language. For example, this there is an AI startup, Audion AI, created and used Nigerian languages to solve a lot of problems that is unique to Nigeria. South Africans, there are unique AI startups, and they are really coming up and doing well. So in this study, I explored the question, and the method I'm going to use for this is an exploration of AI startups in Africa, the mission statements of the kind of problem they are going to be solving, the problems that they will be solving, and the way they are going to solve it. Are they integrating African language? Are they integrating like the culture? Are they integrating some of the things, challenges that are unique to Nigeria? Then the information asymmetry that is involved in it is that it will help Africa to reinvent and innovate, then solving problem that is African-based problems that Western world may not be able to like understand when they are creating their large language models, which is going to be unique to Africa, and they can benefit that it could also extend to the undeserved communities and make users, even when you are using maybe I'm sorry, but that's the conclusion. The solution for this is creating a framework model unique to Africa, language barrier, regulatory framework, and government funding, then national policy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ifeoma. We'll take the next presentation, which is an analysis of ChatGPT discussions on Twitter, that's X, how message length and sentiments drive information diffusion. And this is going to be presented by Sadia friend Brandt. She's with us here at Texas Tech University. Over to you.
Visible, my screen is visible to everyone.
We can see your presentation.
Thank you so much. Hello everyone, this is Sadia Ratna. I'm a graduate student at Texas Tech University. So today I'm going to present my research. The name of the research is Analysis of ChatGPT Discussion on Twitter. X, we are now familiar with X, so how message length and sentiments drive information diffusion. So, I'm going to change. So this is the abstract. This study actually explores how linguistic features and particularly message length and sentiment affects the spread and engagement of ChatGPT related tweets. So with around 1 lakh English language tweets have been collected, and this study uses a blend of linguistic and statistical method to examine like how different structures and sentiments influence public interactions with AI content. So my ultimate goal is to offer meaningful insights for developers, communicators, and policymakers on digital content engagement. So here's the presentation outline. So I'm going to share some information about the introduction, my objects of the study, theoretical framework that I have used, research questions, research methodology, and data analysis and preparations, because it's an ongoing project. So here's the introduction. So I just want to share, like, when people first started engaging with ChatGPT, with other AI tools, the online conversation was filled with curiosity, excitement, and like even concern. Many were asking, like, what can we really do with this, and how is this going to like change our work, communication, and the creativity? So my purpose was to study like how to explore those early conversations, like how people are talking about these particular things like ChatGPT in different social media platforms. So not just what people are saying, but people where they actually saying about it. So to begin, when people engage with social media, they just don't scroll or consume passively. They actually manifest their thoughts, emotions, and opinions through actions like commenting and sharing. So in doing so, this effectively initiates echo chambers that actually reflect and amplify sharing across from different social media networks. So in particular, Twitter we know all about the Twitter, like now it's familiar with as a X. So it's a public facing platform. So tweets are visible to the world. Anyone can interact, reply, retweet, and quote. So which makes it especially ideal for analyzing large scale real time conversations. So platform like Twitter
serve not as a communication tool, but also as a key characteristics or accelerators of innovation diffusions. So over time, Twitter has built a strong track record of influencing global conversations from social movements to technological revelation. So enroll in events like the Arab Spring, political protest, and tech adoptions. So it can be in spreading informations and shaping public opinion. So with that mind, today I'll be discussing how message length and sentiment influences the diffusion of ChatGPT related contents on Twitter or X. So here's my objectives of the study. So the study actually focuses on social media mechanisms such as slides, replies, retweets, and quotes, intensely exploring how each contributes to content and dissemination and virality on platforms like Twitter or X. So by exploring the impact of message length and sentiment, I hope to contribute new perspective on the mechanics of information and spread in online environment. So at a glance, I want to say some information about the Twitter X as a social media platform. So it's a powerful digital ecosystem. We all know as of 2024, there are over 450 million users sending more than 500 million tweets every day. So the average users spend over 150 minutes daily online and demonstrating the sheer potential in real-time basis, communication and influence purpose. And here, the ChatGPT, we all know about the ChatGPT revelations and as a new tool in AI technology. So it's released in November 2022 and is one of the most popular applications of artificial intelligence. So with over 100 million active users by late 2023. So ChatGPT has become a prominent subject of online conversations. So this study actually positions of ChatGPT as a focal innovations to investigate public perception, sentiment, and engagement. So the theoretical framework to frame this analysis, actually Rogers' diffusion of innovation theory has been used, and the diffusion of innovation theory as conceptualized by Rogers offers a foundational framework for understanding the spread of new ideas, technology, spatially and relevant context of social media. So the theory identifies 4 key elements in the diffusion process: the innovation itself, the communication channels through which it spreads, and the time factors in adoptions, the social system that encompasses the adoptions, according to Rogers. And categorizes adopters into 5 groups based on their readiness to adopt new innovations, like innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, and leaders. So this categorization is instrumental in understanding varying user behavior on social media platform like Twitter or X, especially in the context of adopting, sharing new content from such as Twitter. So this adoption of innovation is influenced by 5 key factors: the relative advantage, compatibility, complexity, and trialability and observability. So together, Twitter and ChatGPT form the core structure of this study. So Twitter is the communication channel, while ChatGPT is the technological innovations under discussion. So their selection is not actually incidental, but rather we are just trying to use the theoretical grounded and intentionally to check like how it both works. So framed through Rogers' diffusion of innovation theory, this research investigates how linguistic features like message length and emotional sentiments drive engagement and information spread. So by analyzing how people talk about ChatGPT on Twitter, we gain deeper insights into how technological disclosure actually unfold in digital public spaces, and what factors actually contribute to the viral nature in the content today's interconnected world. So theoretical framework like innovation determines and tweet structure, we can see. That's the reason I have chosen. Here is my research questions. That my first research question I'm going to analyze, like how does the length of the tweets, like word count, word per sentence, and 6-letter words explain the variance in ChatGPT tweet engagement? And the second research question will answer, like, is there a significant association between the sentiment categories, positive, negative, neutral, of tweets about ChatGPT and the likelihood of engagement, likes, replies, retweets, quotes, and they received? So what will be the methodologies? The study will use a quantitative approach to analyze factors like predicting the spread of ChatGPT content on Twitter. And the second, it will conduct a detailed linguistic analysis by linguistic inquiry in word count tool. And finally, we will do some inferential statistics analysis by using SPSS, Statistical Package for Social Science. And here is the initial data preparation, because it's an ongoing project I'm working on it now. And analysis and finding an ongoing project, and preliminary observations suggest that both message length and sentiments may be associated with different level of engagement, although its full statistical analysis is still in progress. So the conclusions, we want to show these results may assist different stakeholders in formulating effective message structure on social media to disseminate and diffuse new technological innovations like ChatGPT. So thank you so much everyone for listening. Please feel
Thank
free
you
to
so
ask
much.
questions and have some feedback. I'll be happy.
Yeah, so we get to the questions. Thank you, Sadia, for that presentation. So we'll take the final presentation for this session for generative AI and intelligent tools. And this is exploring Adobe Firefly's generative AI adoption through DOI theory. And this is going to be presented by Emily Jellison. She's also with us at Texas Tech. So Emily, over to you.
You are muted. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. So my name is Emily Jellison. I'm a mass communication master's student here in the College of Media and Communication, and I am on the professional track. This was a paper I did for human AI communication with Dr. Lee, and this is exploring Adobe Firefly's generative AI adoption through DOI theory. This is more of an applied research study, just a preface, but let's just dive right into it. So what is Adobe Firefly? Well, it is a suite of generative AI tools that allows users to create and edit images, videos, and other creative assets using AI-powered features. Can AI be truly creative? There's been a lot of hype and hesitation around generative AI in creative work. Is it a threat? Is it a shortcut? Potentially a spark, maybe? The research that I specifically did, or more so the research question that I wanted to ask, was how creative professionals are actually adopting Adobe Firefly. And I thought that DOI would be an interesting integration with this because it would help us understand how people are adopting Adobe Firefly, especially with a creative market. Firstly, a global study of 2,541 creative professionals in the United States, UK, Germany, France, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand reveals that creative pros using Gen AI are not just improving content velocity and quality, they're also focusing on their creative energy on the work they enjoy, and that really matters. Over 4/5, 83% of creative professionals says that they're using generative AI tools in their work. 74% are using them in their personal lives. And about 20% of global creative pros say their companies or clients require them to use some type of generative AI in their work. And these statistics were specifically, it was a study done by Adobe. And they also found that average global generative AI adoption rates for creative pros are between 70 to 75%. Creative pros based in the US, it's about 87%, and Germany is about 85%, and they are most likely to be using generative AI capabilities, while Japan has the lowest adoption rate at about 49%. And overall, the demographic groups with the highest generative AI adoption worldwide are Gen Z and millennials in the United States, with 94% and then 92%. And then the demographics with the lowest adoption rates are Gen X and boomers in Japan at 31% and 19%. So Adobe Firefly fits DOI theory. It isn't a complex system, meaning that it's very easy to use and learn and to get its clients a bit more comfortable. Adobe allows free trials with its softwares, including the use of Adobe Firefly. And it also has a high likelihood of being adopted from observability because of how many artists distribute the work that generative AI has helped them with. And this also further inspires artists to venture into new creative AI spaces. There are also several adoption categories and societal norms that push this. So breaking down in Adobe's case, innovators. These are our experimental artists. These individuals are more open to pushing their creative boundaries, focusing on curiosity to determine if the system may work for them. Innovators are a very small majority when it comes to the adoption process. When an innovation becomes present, it does not begin to attract individuals right away, as there are necessary steps, and the process acts as almost a chain reaction. And then you have your early adopters. These individuals are not considered necessarily as comfortable enough to be our innovators, but they're highly influential within their creative communities. And Adobe actually considers early adopters to be in the group of influencer market. They tend to recognize Adobe's Firefly's potential and begin integrating it into their workflows. And in contrast to innovators who experiment merely for fun, early adopters carefully consider whether the tech may or may not offer a competitive edge in their line of work. And then you have your early majority. These are more pragmatic users who adopt once they see value and reliability. And then you have the late majority, skeptical users needing proof, cost savings or pressure. And then laggers, resistant users who adopt only when it's avoidable. And then these were the limitations I found. So one major limitation of DOI theory is the pro-innovation bias, the assumption that all innovations are inherently beneficial and should be adopted. And even Rogers actually acknowledges this in his own theory. In reality, the value of innovation depends specifically on context, the implementation of the theory, and the user perception. Another issue is the cost. While Adobe can currently afford AI innovation, smaller companies may struggle, and market downturns could make AI adoption unsustainable, even for Adobe. This is just a hypothetical. And then a third limitation is the recall problem. DOI studies often rely on user memories to report when and how they adopted an innovation, which can lead to bias or inaccurate results. And these were my key takeaways when I was doing this applied study. Is that the key here is to educate users on the real benefits of generative AI, and then expand strategic partnerships to reduce costs, and use real-time tracking and longitudinal methods to improve data accuracy. People are very anxious about generative AI. I'm also a TA, so I integrate generative AI in a lot of my lectures, and a lot of people are very not real in support of generative AI. So this is kind of what my key takeaways were whenever I was writing this. These are my references. Thank you.
Okay, great. Awesome, awesome, awesome. We've had wonderful presentations today so far, and we will now take questions that you may have regarding any of the presentations. Questions from anyone? Okay, while we're still thinking or trying to compile, I might have some clarifications, not so much of questions that I put down here. So, Jeffrey and Nuzat, your presentations are kind of similar, and I was just wondering, what kind of professionals are you thinking about interviewing? That's for Jeffrey. What kind of professionals? Jeffrey, is Jeffrey highlighted here?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Jeffrey, if you could turn on the camera, then I can spotlight you also.
Okay.
I would not be able to spotlight you if the camera is not turned on. This is the same message for all the speakers. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. So example of professional I'm talking about has to do with people within the media industry. So TTU radio station is one of the workers in the TTU radio station. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll focus on such people. Yeah.
Only them, or what's going to be like their qualification, your selecting criteria for professionals?
Anyone that is exposed to these AI tools, not necessarily with academic credential or anything, but so long as the person utilizes AI, the person qualifies to be a participant.
Okay. And Nuzet, you also talked about measuring specifically perceived effectiveness, and you mentioned the culture, which is like being in the academia. Yes. So I was wondering if it's something that you can, culture is varied. Yep. And when you say academic culture, individuals also have their culture that may affect should I say, culture, norms, and values that may affect their adoption or perceived effectiveness of generative AI or even other kind of technologies. Is that something that you are going to consider as a mediate variable?
We may consider it later, but primarily we are trying to see that how students perceive the solution or feedback provided by AI, things that they are, how much effective this solution and feedback provided by AI are compared to those provided by their professors. Primarily, my focus is that. But yeah, you're right. I can expand my research on that.
Yeah, because I just feel like the challenge that we have with technology, even since everything new in media, when TV joined radio, we had that restraint, that setback. When internet joined media, we had that setback too, where users are like, I don't think we can use this because there's distrust, some kind of distrust based on their values and their own norms. Okay, so yeah, so I would just say maybe define culture, and anyone can speak to this. Define the culture that you're speaking about too. Yes. So probably establish that in your research. Okay, so it was interesting to hear about DeepSeek, Ifoma, and this is probably the first time that hearing that term. I'm used to hearing deep fakes in the political communication aspect. So I'm not so enlightened about DeepSeek. So I think I may have missed the kind of research that you were trying to do in terms of your methodology. Could you throw more light on that?
Of course, the kind of research I'm trying to do in this is how African countries can use open. DeepSeek is just like ChatGPT or DeepMind is it's the same thing, but like it deals with another thing. It's not like an open source. But the difference between open ChatGPT and DeepSeek is that DeepSeek is open source. Anybody could have access to like bring in innovation through using their platform. Like they have a recipe that is open. With your recipe, I can cook my own meal. Why yours? They are like a framework model that other models can use their model to build like a subset. So meanwhile, for Africa is still lagging behind in technology, especially in this AI new wave. So my research is how they could actually make use of open source of DeepSeek AI to like leverage on the opportunity to build some subset AI platforms that could solve their problems in agriculture, education, in all sectors, so that not only that they could actually solve that problem using the model of the AI because it's less expensive, and trying to like build a full model like DeepSeek is going to like not be cost effective. Of course, we lack some certain things like electricity, scaling, and some other things that is needed. So the opportunity of DeepSeek being an open source is like an avenue that they could leverage on, work on it to build things, innovation that could diffuse in Africa. Not only that the diffusion would help them to innovate in their business, it would also help them to innovate in even integrating local languages and even training models, like using local indigenes to train models that could help to solve African-based problems that is bespoke to African, not westernized or not maybe in the sort of maybe, let's assume that open AI is maybe open to maybe Americans, DeepSeek to China. Creating such a large language model for Africa is going to be like expensive and is going to be a long-term project. Meanwhile, they can leverage on this open source to like got into still solve a problem within their level of what they can afford. Meanwhile, as they are solving problem in their own unique way, solving African-based needs. So I explored a lot of AI startup companies that came up using, I don't know if they use DeepSeek, but actually if they had used maybe the same thing, but they leverage on such platforms to come up with solutions. In one of them is like Odeon AI and some other countries that use similar models to like create apps that solve problems in businesses and like education and culture.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. If you could do like a summary response for the question in the chat. There's a question for you. Can you see the question?
Okay.
In fact, that was my question. I can take it offline with if you're but Dr. Shu actually asked a question.
Yes.
Why don't we get to Dr. Shu's question as the last one to wrap up the panel? Dr. Shu, would you like to ask?
Dr. Shu's question is to Nuzat. Yes, that's the experiment study. That's the
What type
experimental
of
study.
problems am I going to include in my study?
Would you like me to ask at the end?
Yeah, I can see your questions now. Yeah, like you were asking me that what type of problems am I going to include in the studies? So, yeah, I'm going to include a math problem. Me and my professor are still looking what sort of math problem we are going to show to our participants, because we are going to the aim of our study is that that we can generalize our findings as broadly as possible. So that's why we're not aiming to show any complex math problem, but we're still looking what sort of, if not too complex, what sort of math problem we are going to use. But the reason that for why we're going to use math problem is that a math problem actually contains instructions. So it would be easy for us to measure how effectively how students think that that the solution of that math problem effectively provided to them. So we're still looking at what sort of math problem we can show, but yeah.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking this question because my lab, my student and I conducted a similar study 2 years ago, and we have two sets of questions: math question versus design evaluation. Like we propose, like we show them different posters, and then they find, and then the results show that participants are more likely to trust AI when solving math problems, but not in design evaluation problems. And we also manipulate whether the AI provide correct answer versus incorrect answer. And we also manipulate how difficult the problem is. The math problem, the half set difficult math problems, half set easy problem, and half difficult design problems. And have you get the idea. I'm happy to share our paper and findings with you.
That'd be great. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, please. Thank you so much. A round of applause for all our presenters. Thank you so much, and for the questions too. Thank you. We have come to the end of this session. We'll hand over now to Mahedi.
Sure. Thank you, Sayo, and thank you everyone, those who presented and also asked questions. Quite a truly insightful discussions it was actually. I hope the presenters found the questions and answer helpful and will continue refining their work based on the thoughtful feedback shared. And we'll now take a break, a brief break actually. We were supposed to start at 11:15, but rather than we'll start at 11:20. So we encourage you to stretch, grab a snack, stand up for a minute, or take maybe a short walk during downtime. Please be back at around 11:20 a.m. Central Time. So we have 4 presentations from Bangladesh, and also another presentations from Alasana is presenting. So we'll be ready for our second student panel by this time. Thank you, everyone. We'll be back on 11:20. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, so Alasana, I'll be giving you permissions shortly. Just give me a second.
Okay, sir.
So welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing break. So we are still right on time, actually. So it's now time for our second panel of the day, and I will be serving as the moderator for these sessions. This panel highlights how adoptions of innovations in areas like health, agriculture, and justice can help drive meaningful societal change. We have 4 excellent presentations lined up for these sessions. So let's get started. Our first presenter is Alasana Kamara from Texas Tech University, and his presentations is the adoptions of self-driving car in Africa, a diffusions of innovations perspective. Alasana, you can go.
Thank you, Mahedi. Sharing is not turned on. Can you
Yes.
Still. Okay.
Alasana, you can share your screen right now.
That's what I'm trying, but it's gonna give me some. Okay, Zoom. I need to put the permission. Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen right now?
Yes.
Okay. Hello everyone. This is my presentation about the adoption of self-driving car in Africa, a division of innovation perspective. So the purpose of this study is to examine how self-driving car, this case study would be like Tesla, can be adopted in Africa. So division of innovation theory was used here to explore the opportunities, the barriers, and the perception of new technology. So I kind of do an exploratory study, like to kind of survey the level of adoption of these self-driving cars in Africa. So, but still, it is an early stage, like it is a very nascent stage right now. Only some pilot studies was done, for example, in countries like South Africa and Kenya. They have initiated these trials. But there are significant barriers that include poor road infrastructure to adopt these self-driving cars like Tesla, inconsistent GPS and internet problem as well. High cost and low purchasing power also is a significant problem. But most importantly, there is no like ethical or regulatory dimension, human-centered regulatory dimension that would kind of govern these self-driving cars in Africa. So literature actually show that. So I use innovation theory, which can be defined as a theory that spread through a system, a social system over time. Rogers identified 5 stages of diffusion that individual go through during the adoption process. These include innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, and laggards. And Rogers also presented 5 prominent attributes of innovation that we look into as we propose our research questions. that influence its likelihood of adoption. This include relative advantage, compatibility, complexity, observability, and trialability. The research question that guide our research is that with regard to relative advantage and compatibility of these self-driving cars in Africa, how do perceived relative advantage and compatibility influence the intention to adopt self-driving cars among urban African residents? So the kind of exploratory study to understand the perceived relative advantage of these and the compatibility of these self-driving car among the residents over other cars that are available. For example, a normal manual car that we are used to. DOI emphasize the innovations are more likely to be adopted if they offer a clear advantage and align with existing values or infrastructure. So are these available in Africa actually right now? Research question 2 would kind of address the complexity and reliability. To what extent do perceived complexity and reliability affect individual willingness to experiment with self-driving cars in African cities? This because we know that complexity can discourage adoption, while opportunity to try the innovation like trialability can facilitate it. So are these self-driving cars complex to that extent that people will adopt it or not? Research question 3 is the observability and adopter categories. How does the visibility of successful early adoption, like observability, influence public perception and the diffusion of self-driving cars technology? So observability is key for moving adoption beyond innovators to early adopters and the early majorities. So important that where people can really adopt these cars. So these are some 3 research questions that are still in developing stages. I propose this to kind of solve it to understand how the level of these cars, the level of adoption of these Tesla cars in Africa actually. So the method that I intend to propose here is quantitative method like survey, like the targeted population with urban African and tech users. It will be a stratified random sampling for survey because like it is a continent. So I'm doing kind of like exploratory. So the survey will intend maybe randomly some maybe specific countries will be included in the survey. I cannot include all countries, so that's why it will be like a kind of a stratified random sampling survey to see the level of adoption of these cars in Africa. The concept that I intend to employ here, these are like, for example, we have the relative advantage. The variables will be like perceived usefulness of this car. That will be independent variable. Another independent variable will be like compatibility, like cultural and lifestyle fit of this self-driving car. The ease of use, that will represent the complexity. And the triability, the opportunity to test before adoption. That's another variable. And the visibility of result as observability, that's another independent variable. So I have multiple independent variable and one dependent variable that will be willingness to adopt, the intention to adopt. So the subject item question will be like, for example, self-driving cars will reduce travel time. For example, this can represent kind of like relative advantage, like in a Likert scale, 7-point Likert scale. Self-driving cars fit well into our urban transport needs. For example, using self-driving cars would be difficult. That represent the ease of use or complexity, kind of like that. I would adopt a self-driving car if I could test it first. I have seen or heard about someone using self-driving car, that kind of observability. I tend to use a self-driving car when it becomes available, kind of like intention to adapt. That will be dependent variable. What people have the intention to adapt, that will be the outcome. So I have some controls that I will intend to use, like age, gender, income, digital literacy, and city as well. So this research will actually help stakeholders to understand the adoption landscape, because it's kind of an exploratory research that would survey the level of this adoption. Are people ready to use these self-driving cars in Africa? Offer policy suggestions to support autonomous vehicle integration and expand DOI theory in African innovation context, and in reducing transportation challenges with smarter solutions also. Thank you very much.
Wow, that's great. Thank you, Alasana. That was very timely. And you did right on the time. Thank you so much. So we'll be taking questions later once everyone is done with their presentations. So now our next presenter is Munira Mahmood. She's from Bangladesh, Shahjalal University of Science and Technology, and she's going to present utilizing e-health services to improve healthcare access, examining the diffusions of innovation theory in Bangladesh. So Munira, if you are ready, you can share your screen and you're ready to go for the presentations.
Can you see the presentation? Hello?
It's loading. It's loading. Yes, now. Yes, now.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. This is Munira Mahmood, student Department of Political Studies from Shahjalal University of Science and Technology, Sylhet. Today I diffusion of innovation theory was developed by Eve Rogers. Explained that new technologies and ideas spread in a society. He defined diffusion as the process of innovation is communicated over time within a social system. The key to diffusion is sharing new ideas, building mutual understanding, and reducing uncertainty. He defined innovation as the process or process of any idea or practice that is seen as new by individuals or in groups. There are five key components of diffusion of innovation theory. First one, innovation, that is new idea or tools. In second, communication channel that refers adoption, innovation spread from mass media and interpersonal communication through peer influence or any media. In third, there is social system that refers how it's shared, often through media or in third, social system explain norms and influence in a group. In fourth, there is time that refers that adoption happens in stages. And finally, there is adopter categories that defines that people adopt any innovation from innovators to laggards. The main research question is, can e-health service truly revolutionize healthcare access and quality in resource constrained settings like Sylhet City, Bangladesh, or this will make them ineffective? To answer this question, I employed a qualitative research approach with in-depth interviews with participants from Sylhet City. Purposive sampling was used to identify who are known about e-health services in Sylhet City. There are several e-health services in Bangladesh. From that, there's telemedicine that allows a remote consultation with doctors via phone or video calls. Another is mobile health apps. That is Maya or Tony that provide quick healthcare access for rural and urban areas people. There is electronic health records, it stores the patient information in digitally. In Bangladesh, there are government and private sector initiative of e-health service in Bangladesh. Now let's look who adopt e-health service in Bangladesh. There are innovators who are risk takers in Bangladesh, who always try to innovate new tools or idea. In next, early adopters, around 13.5%, who are visionaries who influence others to try new idea or innovation. And then comes the early majority, around 34%. They are more practical users who wait until benefits are clear in Bangladesh. Next, late majority, they are around 34%, and they are more conservative and adopt e-health service due to pressure, or necessity. And finally, there is laggards around 60%. They are the most resistant in Bangladesh. They only adopt e-health service when it becomes unavoidable. So there are so many barriers to adoption e-health service in Bangladesh, like lack of infrastructure, and people have a lack of technical knowledge and absence of awareness. And there is inefficiencies of mobile healthcare services, both healthcare providers and healthcare receivers. So now look why e-health adoption is slow in Bangladesh. DY theory helps us to understand that why e-health service adoption is slow in Bangladesh. At first, there is a relative advantage. That means that people in Bangladesh are still trusting in-person consultation over digital service. They prefer face-to-face consultation with doctors over digital services. And second, compatibility. More people are used to traditional healthcare practices, and that is not e-health service is not aligned with their beliefs, such as e-health service or digital platforms. In third, complexity. Many people in Bangladesh find e-health service to use as a difficult and harder. And finally, there is trialability and observability. That means that people of Bangladesh have limited opportunities to test e-health service before adoption. So how can we improve the adoption situation of Bangladesh by improving digital infrastructure, increasing literacy rate, and fostering collaboration with government, private tech firms, and we can try to collaborate with healthcare providers and healthcare services receiver who can collaborate these things with the government policy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Munira, for wonderful presentations. I would actually mention to all of our attendees actually. So that was impressive from Bangladesh undergrad. They all are undergrad, and we welcome them to join our symposium. And thank you so much for presenting. And our next presenter is Omid Dash and Abdul Hamid. The Omid Dash will be presenting, and his title is Diffusions of Sustainable Agriculture Marketing Practices in the Haor Basin of Bangladesh. Omid Dash, you're good to go.
Thank you. Is my slides are visible?
Yes, perfect.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Just a minute, please. Welcome to my presentation. My research paper title is Diffusion of Sustainable Agriculture Marketing Practices in the Haor Basin of Bangladesh. Let's start. Haor Basin is a key. Haor Basin, a key agricultural region in Bangladesh with distinctive perspective and challenges. Sustainable agriculture is crucial to addressing both economic and ecological concerns in the region. Limited research on agriculture marketing in this specific region. We need to understand the challenges to adopting sustainable agriculture marketing practices is our introduction. Let's define what is mean by Haor Basin. Haor Basin is a specialized waterland that specially for paddy production. The Haor region contributes 16.5% to Bangladesh total paddy production and supports local fishing as key income sources, covering 80,000 square kilometers. Bangladesh Haor ecosystem include 400 Haor and beels. Beels also are special kind of waterlands. Those waterlands are crucial for biodiversity and the livelihood for surrounding communities. Let's understand what is mean by sustainable agriculture. Sustainable agriculture encompasses farming methods that promoting environmental stewardship, economic profitability, and social responsibility. It aims to maintain soil health, covering water, and reduce reliance on systematic inputs, ensuring the long-term viability of agriculture system. By interpreting ecological principles, it supports the resistance of both ecosystem and farming communities. And thus some pictures of Howard Basin agriculture practices. Objective of the study, primary objective of our study is to explore the current sustainable agriculture marketing practices in the Howard Basin and identify challenges. Secondary objectives are, firstly, understand barriers to adopting sustainable practices, and especially agriculture sector on this region, develop policy recommendation for improving agriculture marketing in the Howard Basin. And last objective is propose strategies to improve ecological and economic significance of the study. First is focus on under research region. Second is understanding barriers to sustainability. Third is policy development. Then contribution to sustainable development group SDG is our main focus point. Thus, we want to contribute in SDG sector. And last is practical insist on stakeholder. Let's start on research methodology. In research approach, the study that we conduct is utilized a mixed method approach, incorporating both quantitative and qualitative techniques. Qualitative data were collected through key informant interviews, KIS, in-depth interviews, and focus group discussion FGD with stakeholders in the Howard Basin. And quantitative data was created through surveyed to capture broader perspective on agriculture marketing practices in the region. The quantitative data will be collected by structured questionnaire from stakeholders from different places, and the report of agree in the study area or the sample size minimum will be obtained. Fisher's formula on shown below. Fisher's et al. In 1998, they gave a formula how to collect primary respondents. So we use 384 respondents to our data. And qualitative data, we collect 20 key informant interviews, 10 focus group discussion, 10 in-depth interviews. And let's start our findings. First, barriers to sustainable agriculture. First is limited awareness and adopting of sustainable practices. Farmers are not fully aware about sustainable method of agriculture, low adoption rates due to lack of resources and education, and then inadequate market infrastructure, poor accessibility and infrastructure for both market and transport, community engagement issues, low levels of community engagement in decision making and practice adoption. And our more findings are stakeholder perspective marketing, stakeholder view, coordinated effects at local, regional, and national level are crucial. Stakeholders stress the importance of eco-friendly farming, supply chain improvements, and market access. Ecological and economic study. Measuring these issues could both agriculture production and environmental sustainability. And practical implementation, policy recommendation for sustainable agriculture marketing, invested in marketing infrastructure, increased community engagement in farming practices, awareness campaign for sustainable practices in marketing sector, develop of reliance agriculture supply chain, coordinating at local, regional, and national level, solution aligned with sustainable development goals SDGs. Solution must be aligned with SDGs. And recommendation from awareness of sustainable agricultural practices, and second, improve marketing infrastructure and accessibility for farmers, encourage eco-friendly farming and marketing method, align policies with sustainable development goal SDGs, strengthen collaboration among local, regional, and national stakeholders. And we have some limitation in our study. Small sample size is our first limitation, and our main and one of the crucial limitation is every stakeholder are not fully aware about what is meant by sustainable agriculture practices. So we are faced some challenges to collecting data. And further future research also be conducted in the board area. It's our study is some limitation, and we recommend in future research for in board area. And a conclusion, the Har Basin face significant challenges in adopting sustainable agriculture market practices, and key barriers including low awareness, poor infrastructure, and lack of community engagement. Coordinating effects and trigger policies are essential for focusing on the sustainable agriculture marketing system. Addressing those issues is crucial for achieving long-term ecological and economic system. And if anyone question, thank you. This is my set.
Okay, thank you, Amit. That was very timely once again. And so far, we are doing great regarding maintaining the time. So this is time for our last presenter for this panel. And the presentation is will be presented by MST Tamima Jannat Tammi from, once again, Shah Jalal University of Science and Technology. She's also an undergrad student. And her presentation's title is The Diffusions of Digital Pressure, How Social Media Changes Traditional Justice in Bangladesh. So I'm going to share my screen. She already sent her presentations to me, so I'm going to share my screen. Give me just a second. Yeah, go ahead. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Am I hearable?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you once again. Hello, everyone. This is Tamima Jannat Tammi from Shah Jalal University of Science and Technology. Currently, I'm a student of English department and second semester student at English department. So today, I'll be talking about how social media is transforming the justice system in Bangladesh, especially in the context of sexual violence that have a long suffered from bureaucratic indifferences. Next slide, please. Thank you. In Bangladesh, victims of sexual violence often face huge delays in the legal process. Traditional justice mechanisms are slow, often fails to provide timely redress. This research explored how social media creates digital pressure and reshaping the way justice is pursued and delivered. It asks question, can platforms like Facebook and Twitter influence legal system? Can digital outrage result in real-world consequences? The answer we will see is a strong yes. Next. Let's take a closer look. Social media is no longer just a space for entertainment. It has become a catalyst for justice. In Bangladesh, we have seen how platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram have given ordinary people a voice. Take the case of Asia. Asia is a child, 8-year child who has been raped brutally in Bangladesh a few days ago. So, taking the case, a student-led protest that originated in online. This protest ultimately pressured the authorities to arrest the offenders immediately and put national focus on justice reform. So, next slide. So how exactly does the pressure build? First, content goes through, usually viral, usually hashtag or powerful visuals. This triggers mass mobilization, drawing in public sympathy and engagement. Then comes to the media amplifications when international news agencies cover these issues. It adds an extra layer of urgency for the government to act. In essence, social media creates a fast-moving wave of public scrutiny that authorities find hard to ignore. Next. This pressure is not just a symbolic, it creates a real policy changes. In 2020, a viral video of a brutal assault sparked nationwide protest. Hashtag like Hang the Rapist trended across platform and the public demanded immediate legal reforms. In response, Bangladeshi Parliament approved the death penalty for rape. This was a landmark moment and it showed the undeniable impact of online activism in shaping national law. Next. To conclude, social media is redefining justice in Bangladesh. It offers visibility, speed, and civic participation that traditional systems often lack. However, there are risks such as media trials, mob justice, and spread of misinformation. So the future of justice in Bangladesh may lie in merging legal reforms with responsible digital activism, where social media pressure complements, not replace the traditional rule of law. Next. So here the citation and next. Thank you for your time. I look forward to your questions or thoughts on how we can balance justice and digital activism in a rapidly changing world. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Tamima. So now we are open for questions. So if you have any questions, please.
I'll first of all, before asking me question, I will congratulate all the presenters, especially from Bangladesh undergrad students. I just want to let everyone know that there's an 11-hour time difference, and they are presenting at 10:51 in the night. So it's work after hour. Thanks for not sleeping and participating. We really appreciated you joining at the very late night. Thank you so much. And all the presentations were really, really good. And being an undergrad student, I can imagine that presenting in conference like this is really, really, really great. And I just have one questions to Munira, who is working on e-health service to improve healthcare access. So you mentioned in your findings that digital infrastructures, but can you explain more, like what kind of digital infrastructure is like internet, or like, can you just go more details? Thank you.
Yeah, government can take policies that can provide in government hospitals that doctors are eligible and the healthcare providers like receptionists from nurse and doctors are eligible to give service like e-health service consultation via mobile and video calls. And on the other hand, in private hospitals, we saw that they make apps or any website that so that we can take doctor's appointment in online, but in government hospital we didn't see it. But nowadays, government takes some steps so that infrastructure can develop and people can take e-health services access.
Great, thank you.
I can ask a question. This question is for Alasada, the first presentation. You mentioned the critical infrastructure and regulatory frameworks. So based on your research, which should come first to facilitate adoption? Do you think building better roads and GPS systems or establishing ethical and legal standards?
When comes to AI, like self-driving cars, in general, I think first of all, like to have an infrastructure is a basic need, like for adoption. First, like if you have like a tangible infrastructure, then I think you could think of another stage how to regulate these self-driving cars in Africa. But if roadmap or GPS system is dilapidating, so it will be really difficult for this adoption, because even the normal road system is not up to that standard. And so if if these road systems are not integrated to kind of like be aligned with the evolution of technology that is going on, I think it really challenging for adoption of these self-driving cars. Basically, I mean, squarely the regulatory framework is also important that will really also kind of guide the self human-centered ethical guideline like privacy of these self-driving cars and the security and then transparency of them, how they make automated decision making process. I think these are also very important in terms of adopting these new technologies in the society. But as I mentioned, I mean, the literature shows that this stage is very nascent. It is still in an infantry stage in Africa. We have only few trials for example, in specific countries like in Kenya and then and in South Africa as well. And these were like a pilot study, and it shows that the environment and the infrastructure is not yet ready to actually accommodate these new technologies. Maybe the new things might arise. This happened since like 2021, so it's been like 3 to 4 years. Hopefully, maybe as the technology is increasing, as we are seeing the saturation of this technology, we might see some changes in terms of technology, in terms of the infrastructure and the ethical dimensions of adopting these new technologies.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Any more questions?
Question to Hasan again. So, in your presentation, you kind of briefly mentioned about the importance of government policies as well. So based on your analysis, you did great research and you have expertise and you have also the knowledge of the culture, local culture. So which policies do you think or do you believe would be the most helpful in accelerating this diffusion and addressing this issue?
Yeah, I mean it's really important to look into, because any adoption could come with some challenges in the society, and to formulate these ethical guidelines that will guide these adoptions are very important, I think. Uh, for example, I remember my thesis was on the diffusion and innovation of artificial intelligence in Africa. And I'm happy that Dr. McCord is here. He was part of my committee members. I look into these human-centered ethical guidelines of the adoption of these new technologies in Africa, and then I look into actually the baseline text of UNESCO and the European Commission that actually propose how these new technologies should be adopted, and what are some of the human-centered ethical framework they should follow. For example, accountability, the transparency, the inclusivity, the diversity, and the privacy of this new technology, that in terms of data collection and so on and so forth. I think this also applies the same, not only AI, because these self-driving technologies are also like kind of integrated with AI. So to be adopted in such societies, actually should not only follow the norms. I mean, it should be contextualized into to fit the African norms and values as well. So it should not be like just ethical framework that will be transferred from West and be adapted directly into Africa. But there should be some guidelines whether this new technology will be compatible. For example, compatibility is important, and would people even accept it in the first time? Like, because these are important questions that I think that we keep pondering as researchers to understand how they accept, even like in the developed countries like in America. not all cities actually, not all states, maybe in California and other states, these new technologies are advanced there, but not in every state or cities, for example. So it is kind of still in early stage. I hope hopefully as technology develop, hopefully Africa will not be laggards. They would kind of catch up with the revolution of these new technologies.
Thank you, Hasan. I need to stop you here actually. So I don't want to go over time. So thank you, everyone. That wraps up our panel. What a truly insightful discussions it was. I hope the presenters found the Q&A helpful and will continue refining their work. So once again, judging is also ongoing and we are getting great feedback from the judges also. We'll be sharing the comments of the judges to all the presenters, definitely in a separate email. Now it's time for a short lunch break. We have another exciting keynote sessions coming up very soon. So grab your short lunch and take a quick walk maybe around the room, stretch a bit. Once again, don't go too far. You are welcome to turn off your camera. I will pause the recording during the break. And also, if you have any questions about Ideal or are interested in joining our community, feel free to drop your questions in the chat. I would love to connect and share more. Those who are joining from Bangladesh, you need not to stay awake for the full symposium, but if you want to stay, you are more than welcome. It's totally up to you as we have more exciting presentations ahead. And we'll return in about 20 minutes. I know it's a very short break, but we have got a great lineup ahead. So see you all very soon. We'll be there around 12:15 p.m. Sure. Thank you so much. I'm going to stop recording and also
Director of the Thomas J. Harris Institute for Hispanic and International Communication, another of our wonderful partners and sponsors. And now I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Wilkinson to give his remarks.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Dr. Key and Mahedi and everybody who's been involved in organizing this conference. It's been really informative so far, and it's really great to be able to connect folks from around the world. And thank you to those of you who are in Bangladesh, very different time schedule, and for your presentations, and they're very, like I said, informative. I'd also like to echo what Dr. McCord was saying about the importance of this symposium, as well as the initiative, the institute, the working group that Dr. Keyes put together in terms of contributions to the college. It's really important for us at the Harris Institute to be able to collaborate with people within the college who have some shared interests as well as outside the college. And so we're happy to co-sponsor and be a part of this effort in that regard. I did post a couple of things in the chat, a link to the Institute for any of you who might be interested to know more about that. And let me just mention that last week on the 15th of April, we had our 10th Hispanic Latinx Research and Creativity Symposium that we organize and host every year. It started as an effort to get folks from across campus together to share their research and creative work surrounding U.S. Hispanics, Latinos in anticipation of the university getting Hispanic Serving Institution status, which we did achieve in 2019. But, there are a lot of grant opportunities, and it's just important, in terms of improving the servingness of the institution for people to know each other and their work. And so we're very happy that that's continued now for 10 years, and we are planning to, stick with it well into the future. The Institute was started in 2006 as part of an initiative of then Dean Jerry Hutcheson, who set up this institute, and also the Professorship in Strategic Communication that Dr. Eric Busey now holds. And I think it's important, for the sort of the status and the viability of the program to have, institutes and, these sorts of working groups and professorships. Certainly it helps us connect out and bring more attention to the college and what we're doing. One of the things that we've done recently here at the Harris Institute, I posted a PDF that's basically a handout that we used from the Night Media Forum last year, so the 2024 edition, as we were just finishing up a grant that we had gotten to look at misinformation, disinformation, COVID-19, and Hispanics on the South Plains of Texas. So you may want to, if you're interested in that topic and sort of how to combine research with outreach, you may want to take a look at that handout, because we started by doing a couple of focus groups with local leaders here in the Lubbock area. Then we went out into the field and did about 120 interviews with people about the issue of misinformation, disinformation, COVID. And then toward the end of the project, we did some outreach, which we're going to be continuing, because one of the things we discovered from that project was that there's a real need for improving health literacy, media literacy, and just sort of basic science understanding among our Hispanic Latino population here on the South Plains. So that's a continuing effort. And just for those of you who are students and preparing for academic careers, a big part of that project was organizing and sort of I guess, advising student teams that created quite a bit of the content that was used, went out through local media related to this topic. And it's students that are also going into the field with us to work on these literacy training sessions. So there's a way of tying the research in with pedagogy and students being able to apply the skills that they're learning in a variety of classes, whether it's production or PR, professional communication, in a project that has tangible results. So I think I will pause there and thank you all again for your contributions to this important forum, symposium. And it's really great to see so many of our graduate students and other advanced students from around the world contributing to this. It's why those of us who are teaching really got into the profession to begin with. So, kudos to all of you, and thank you again to the organizers.
Hey, perfect. Thank you, Dr. Wilkinson, for that remarks. And given that we have our sponsors and our keynote speaker here, let's take a little group photo. Group photos are always good for events like this. So if you all don't mind, you can turn on your camera, and then we're gonna take a group photo here. So if you turn on your camera, we will smile at the camera, and both Mahedi and I are gonna take screenshots, so on both ends. So bear with us for a second if I'm actually juggling multiple screen on my end. But keep your smile on and look at the camera. Okay, I just took the first one, and I'm gonna take another one. And Mahedi is also taking pictures. Okay, continue to smile. Okay. Mahedi, do you have enough pictures? You're good? Okay, I see the thumbs up. That's a very good sign. Okay, all right, so I'm gonna juggle my screen again, moving things back in place. And okay, so okay, all right, so I'm getting back to my screen here. So thank you everyone for your smiles, and thank you, Dr. Wilkinson, for your remarks, and also Dr. McCord earlier. So now I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Gary Kreps from George Mason University. And I've known Gary for a long time. Thank you, Gary, for being here. Gary's a personal friend and a mentor as well. Gary Kreps is a distinguished university professor and director of the Center for Health and Risk Communication at George Mason University. His more than 600 frequently cited published articles and books examine the information needs of vulnerable populations to guide evidence-based policy, technology, and practice interventions. He coordinates the Insights International Studies to investigate global health information trends research consortium across 20+ countries and co-directs with Paula Kim the Global Advocacy Leadership Academy Gala. Some of his major honors include the Research Laureate Award from the American Academy of Health Behavior, AAHB, the Outstanding Health Communication Scholar Award, and the National Communication Association and the International Communication Association. An election as an AAHB Fellow, an ICA Fellow, and an NCA Distinguished Scholar, among many of his great accomplishments and awards. And today, Dr. Kreps is going to talk about applying the diffusion of innovations model to studying the adoption and use of new communication technology. And please join me in welcoming Gary for this wonderful talk to share with us. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Kirk. Let me see if I can bring up my slides, all right?
Yes.
But hold on a second. You open up my desktop. Okay. All right, hopefully you can see that.
Yes.
I've taken the opportunity to evolve my topic a little bit. Instead of focusing only on health information technologies, I'm going to talk about health communication innovations, because that seems to be the primary focus of my work. I do a lot of work to try to innovate public health policies and programs, often with introducing new information technologies. But I think that the primary focus is on trying to improve public health and trying to address major health crises and risks. So I thought it would be good to kind of focus it on health issues. I hope that's okay. It seems to me that health issues are something that all of us are concerned about. We all have different risks. We have different frailties. We encounter problems. We have family members who face major health risks. And the modern healthcare system is a quagmire of bureaucracy, of complexity, of inefficiency, of insensitivity, and it's getting worse, especially in the US. And so I think that we need to think about ways to improve the healthcare system, to innovate it. And I'm actively involved with that on many different levels. And so I thought it would be nice to kind of highlight that work, and hopefully it will resonate with you as well. So this is my cover slide. Note my email address if you want to follow up with me. I'll be glad to speak with you and answer questions beyond this presentation. So let me launch my presentation, see how it works. So I wanted to start by dedicating this talk to one of my mentors, Ev Rogers, who was such a consummate gentleman and a scholar and ambassador for our field. He had, throughout my career, was a huge advocate for me, embraced my work. I never really studied with Ev, but I worked with him on many different things. When I worked at the National Cancer Institute, I directed the Health Communication and Informatics Research Branch. I invited him to serve as a consultant and advisor for us. And his work on diffusion of innovations, I think, is probably one of the most important contributions that communication science has made, and the work has been adopted so widely. One of his articles on this topic that I'm citing, that you'll see in my references, I noticed had been cited about 200,000 times. So that's like unbelievable. Kind of the use of his work, and it shows the value. And so I know that you heard earlier about a lot about the diffusion of innovations model. I'm not going to recap model, but I just wanted to show you that everything I'm talking about is grounded. So I want to start by saying that I recognize the complexity of changing and innovating the healthcare system. It really takes a village to get everybody involved, that you just can't focus on the healthcare system administration. You can't focus on providers, but you need to focus on consumers and policymakers and frame the innovations in a very broad, multifaceted way, which has a lot of implications for the ways that we communicate, the different channels we use, different message strategies we use, because each of those different audiences comes at health from a different perspective, has a different set of needs, has different kinds of language capacities and hot buttons for motivation. And so we need to think about this in a comprehensive manner. The group that I typically focus on is kind of based on a model of triage. Triage is a long-standing model they use in, especially in emergency healthcare, of trying to determine who's the person in greatest need. Who's the person, if you don't care for right now, is going to die? And then prioritize them as getting primary attention. And it seems to me that the group that has the highest priority within the healthcare system are the most vulnerable, marginalized members of society, people who suffer from huge, inequities in healthcare, disparities in health outcomes, people who are marginalized and stigmatized in many different ways, people who don't have active voice and influence over the healthcare system, often experience serious communication inequities, where they don't get the information that they need, they don't understand the information, it's not applied very well to them. And so that's kind of been the focus. But I recognize that I just can't work with that population. And often they don't have a lot of power to change the healthcare system. They're mired in a very imperfect system. That's kind of, the cards are stacked against them. The information is not designed for them. The systems are not designed for them. It's not set up for their convenience. It's not set up to meet their unique needs. They don't have tools, and they're in a kind of a low power situation. So I need to kind of focus on changing a lot of those different moving parts, but I always want to keep that population in mind. They're very central to what I do. And unfortunately, in a lot of the health research, strangely, that's not always the case, that there tends to be a very strong medical bias in health research. Most of the researchers asks healthcare providers what their perspectives are, what they need, what they want, what they like. For example, the work on electronic health records has been mired in that medical bias for years. And it doesn't really meet the needs of consumers. So even though there's been a movement as of late to make electronic health records available to consumers, they're not designed in ways that people can understand. They don't provide them with the kinds of unique information and applications that they want. They don't get a lot of explanations. And so the systems don't seem to work. And if anything, it tends to frustrate them even more, because now they're dealing with highly complex, jargon-laden information. It doesn't make sense to them, that numbers they don't understand, and it's very frustrating. So let me move on from here. So I'm going to start with kind of a major statement. I took this from a very basic, simple, elegant, short sentence that my good friend Ed Maybeck always says about using short, clear messages. But I wanted to kind of add more to it, because I think it's more than just short and clear. I think diffusing innovation depends on developing communication processes, often complex and highly situated, adapted, tailored processes that are relevant to the audiences that we want to reach, recognizing that we need to present this information in different ways for different audiences, clear, which means that the audiences will understand the messages, which is not always the case. And in fact, that's a huge problem in health communication, is that there's so much misunderstanding, so much mystery and complexity, that the messages need to be compelling. Compelling in that they really are persuasive and motivating and exciting for people, immediate for them, that really meet their unique needs at the moment, that they're evidence-based. So one of the big problems we have right now in healthcare, and you're probably well aware of it, is the huge amount of misinformation and disinformation that's being spread. Some of it, a lot of it, by our own federal administration, like disinformation about the risks from vaccination, disinformation about different risks, because there's been a kind of a motivation to keep people happy. We've been minimizing risks, that's going on right now in terms of climate change risks. That don't worry about it, no problem. It's natural. Even as people are sinking into the ocean, don't worry. It's disinformation. So you got to make sure that the information you're sending is accurate, that's relevant, it's the state of the art. And then when you're recommending things to people, you don't want to hurt them. You want to make sure that the information you're giving is actually going to help. You need to recognize that we're in kind of an evolving situation. I'm going to talk more about this as we move on, but that the healthcare system and modern life is evolving and changing at a rapid pace, especially now with all of the executive orders and changing legislation and changing ways that healthcare is financed. There's lots of things going on. So we need to kind of be evolutionary and longitudinal in our focus on innovations, so we deliver them over time and change and update and refine messages as new information becomes available. And that's not always the case. There's kind of a reluctance by a lot of major health promoters to update and change their innovation strategies. When they have a campaign, they want to just use it. Many years ago, there was a campaign, you may remember if you're old like me, that whether they were trying to give messages about anti-drug use. It was on television, and they had these very powerful commercials called "This is your brain on drugs." You remember those commercials? And on that, they would show eggs sizzling in a pan, and they realized that would really scare kids, in particular, to not use drugs. They didn't test that campaign very well, but what they found out, and post hoc, mostly through the work of Bob Hornick and others who were hired to evaluate the campaign, is that for high-risk kids who are high sensation seekers, who were the primary target for not using drugs, they found those commercials are very exciting. They said, wow, cool, my brain's sizzling. I like that. And so the more they showed the ad, the worse it got, the more there was like a boomerang effect. But they spent a lot of money on the campaign. The ads were very slick, they were powerful. And so for a long time, the government just kept showing them, making things worse, which is really a problem. So we need to kind of constantly evaluate and refine those messages over time. We need to make sure that we present the information in a reinforcing way. And one of the ways that we can reinforce them is by using spokespersons, sources of information who are perceived as credible and trusting to members. And that's not always obvious, because the people that we find to be most trustworthy, it may not be the folks that others find trustworthy, especially members of marginalized populations. And so we need to make sure that the voices that are presenting the information are voices that people want to hear and will listen to. We need to make sure that the channels we use are well-liked and easily accessible and well utilized by those populations. So you've got to really think about that. And I recommend using multiple channels over time that reinforce each other, using messages that kind of are similar and bring about the same major themes. And I want the messages to encourage individuals to imagine, kind of vicariously imagine that they're in that situation, and then encourage them to kind of try out at least intellectually, but then maybe physically as well, the different strategies, and then build confidence in those innovations and eventually integrate them into their lives. So I'm not talking just about the actions, but also ideas, products, technologies, policies that we want people to utilize over time. Because if you're going to put all this time and energy into these interventions, you don't want it to be kind of a one-shot, one-time adoption, which happens a lot. We want to make sure that people integrate and maintain and sustain those over time. And that means you need to develop a communication system that will reinforce over time as well. So I know I packed a lot in there, but I tried to hit all the big issues. Many of these issues I'm going to discuss today in my examples. So there are a number of challenges for diffusing innovation, and one of the ones is that the most vulnerable groups are often the people who are least likely to adopt innovations, especially new technologies, new programs, new resources. Sometimes they don't have the ability. Sometimes they're not covered by insurance. Sometimes they don't have the resources. Sometimes they don't have access where they live. But those are the groups who are late adopters. I really don't like the laggards, the title that they use in diffusion of innovation. It's kind of a negative term. But late adopters, they're not as easy to get to adopt. They're not the early adopters. They're not the innovators. They're not the people who are on the cutting edge. So they need extra support, and they need better communication. And these are some pictures of. I finally go back. A lot of the consumers I'm concerned about are elderly consumers. So a lot of these people are older people in this picture, and the reason for that is because older people are more likely to experience serious health problems. They're less likely to be experienced and competent users of technology. They often have limited access to communication. They sometimes have communication barriers and problems like hearing and visual and memory that affect them. So a lot of my work is focused on those older people who are at high risk. Many of them suffer from many chronic diseases, are taking many different kinds of medication. So if you're not an older person yourself, think about your parents and your grandparents and people in the community, and think about how they depend on health information and health access and the kinds of problems they experience. So here's kind of a list of all the issues that make it difficult for members of vulnerable populations. Many of them, experience tremendous social stigma. Being an old person, being a minority person, being, not well educated, living in a bad part of town, not having resources, are all stigmatized issues that lead to bias and isolation and terrible discrimination. And some of that discrimination is not just informal. Sometimes it's formalized in legislation that you can't do this, you can't have to be here, you can't get this kind of care. And it seems to be getting worse. We have more and more of this kind of discriminatory legislation and regulation going on. They have limited resources. Many of these people suffer from poverty, lack of access to communication channels, poor social capital that's reflected in the stigma. I talked about that many of them, face huge communication inequalities. I don't know if you're familiar with the work that my good friend Vish Visvanas does, but he's focusing on communication inequalities. Who are the people who don't have access to information? Who are the people who don't understand information? Who are the people who don't have active voice for influencing and providing feedback and directing social systems, particularly healthcare? And so many of these people suffer from the digital divide, where they don't have the access to broadband, they don't have access to technology, they don't have the ability to utilize equipment. Many of them have limited education, and the education leads to issues with low levels of media literacy, low levels of computer literacy, and certainly low levels of health literacy. So they don't understand. And what's worse is not only they not understand, but they think they know what's right. They think that certain courses of action that may be dangerous for them are actually, causing them problems. And so they suffer from serious problems of misinformation. They're more likely to buy into conspiracy theories. And so it's a population that has tremendous communication needs. Many of them have migrant status, immigrants. I've been doing a lot of work lately about the kinds of problems that migrants and refugees face in society. Certainly now in society, there's tremendous stigma that immigrants face. But they have often have low English proficiency, that's LEP. They have low levels of self-efficacy. They're marginalized in society. And so the migrant status is a huge issue. And they're a big segment of the population that I want to focus on. In addition, they have problems with higher susceptibility to health risks based on high levels of stress, the stigma, leading to problems of depression and frustration and stress-related disorders and suicidality. They often suffer from poor hygienic conditions, living in neighborhoods that are not clean, that may be rat infested, that have not clean water, not access to good food, to live near food deserts. There's all and this is a population that often is not vaccinated. And so vaccination is one of the most important public health initiatives. Right after hygiene, vaccination has probably saved more lives than anything else. And vaccinations are really kind of a slippery slope because it's not only an individual issue, it's a collective community issue. If we don't have enough people who are vaccinated, everybody's put at risk. And we're seeing that now with the growing spread of measles. In 2000, we declared measles was eradicated. We're never going to have to worry about it again. But boom, it's back. And we're going to see this with a variety of other diseases where the vaccination rates are dropping. Age, as I mentioned earlier, is a really big issue. And not only the elderly people, but young kids are also vulnerable because they don't have voice, they don't have social influence. They have very limited pockets of information they focus on. Much of it is not evidence-based. And so they're often misinformed. They often don't have the maturity level. They often are controlled by parents who may not be as concerned of for their welfare as they are about control issues. And so these are some of the vulnerable groups and some of the issues they face that we really need to be aware of, which makes the diffusion process complex and means that we need to be very sophisticated. And we also need to really evaluate these people and stay close to them and learn from them. I'm a huge believer in kind of a participative design, user-centered design, where we work with people to make sure that the interventions and innovations that we design resonate with them and work for them. So let me talk about communication inequality. This is maybe for some of you a new issue, but communication inequality is kind of a pervasive problem, and it's a really sometimes invisible, especially to those of us who don't have the inequalities, because we just assume that everybody has access to all the different social media channels and different information sources and news sources and social networks that we're connected to, but many people have very limited access, especially to information delivered through technology. And we're living in kind of an information revolution where technology-based information is the most important and most powerful, most ubiquitous source of information now. These people are often confused and misinformed about key issues related to disease prevention and control. They have limited opportunities to provide feedback about what's bothering them, what they need, what they want, what they don't like, what policies are not working well for them. So they kind of suffer in silence and grumble and get frustrated and get angry because they can't do much about it. We need to increase access to the right information to increase understanding and support. And I'm a real big believer in health information. Almost all the work I do is based on how do we disseminate information? How do we access information? How do we apply information to solving problems? And I think access to accurate, relevant, timely information is one of the most critical resources we have for promoting survival. It's the primary way that we resist entropy, by reorganizing and thinking about new ways of dealing with things. It's a social adaptation method. So let me talk about information. Okay? It's the key to innovation, because if we want to get people to innovate, we got to give them good reasons. We got to give them good data. And now information is kind of a tricky thing. We typically think of information like it's data. And that's what I call content information. Content information is really important, but every content message is surrounded by relational information about how do you feel about these people? Do you respect them? Are you concerned about them? Do you showing compassion and empathy for them? Are you engaging with them? Are you wanting them to work with you? And so we not only need to provide people with relevant, accurate data content information, we need to provide it in a way that's relationally supportive, which means you've got to be very careful about the ways you craft messages. I find that many health promotion messages are very alienating. Don't do that. Don't you ever do that. What are you, an idiot? Is that the way you age? Don't, that doesn't encourage people to work with you. I mean, I get really angry at people who spread disinformation, who undermine public health. And so I want to get mad at them and yell at them. But I've been reminded by some of my friends and colleagues, particularly my friend Fish, that that's not the way to change things. You got to stay close to people. You got to work with them. You got to, connect with them to slowly change their mind. Otherwise, you make them more embedded in their position. And so I think we need to think about information in a very more sophisticated way, not just the data, but also the way it's presented. And so people need relevant information to guide their decisions. That's why participative, informed decision-making is so important. The information needs to be salient, motivating, and reinforcing, back to that statement that I made at the very beginning, so you could influence adoption and improve outcomes. Relevant information has strong value in public life, not just for health, but also for improving the quality of life. And as I mentioned, it is the primary resource we have for adapting to challenges and risks and surviving in society. Now, I want to add another wrinkle to this. Health information is very equivocal. This is based on my love of the work of Carl Weick and his information and approach to organizing, is that we're living in a very equivocal world, very complicated, with lots of difficult things to understand, difficult issues, hard to get your head wrapped around. And health is one of those things that is amazingly complicated. We have all kinds of different health policies. Do you really understand what the best insurance policies are for you to get access to care? I'm getting ready to sign up for Medicare soon, and I'm struggling with what kinds of Medicare programs are best for me, for my family. What are the different issues? And it's changing and evolving. We have new health knowledge that's created all the time. We're in a rapidly growing, where the research is expanding what we know. There are new technologies, new treatments, new prevention strategies, new screening. I mean, there's so much to know, and it's changing all the time. So it's not surprising that most people are confused about health and are engaging in inappropriate, ineffective, and potentially dangerous activities. So we need to overcome those barriers to disseminate health innovations in ways that people can really understand, in their language, with their examples, with their population, that fit into their lifestyles, that match with their culture, especially for at-risk populations. So one of the things that I have become a huge fan of is evaluation research. I think that's like my primary role now. I'm an evaluation researcher. I believe in doing a very careful formative evaluation, primarily with audience analysis, to identify which are the groups that are at greatest risk, who are they, where are they coming from, what kinds of communication mechanisms work with them, what channels do they use, what messages will resonate with them, what kind of influence strategies are most important and relevant for them. And then I want to track those people. I want to kind of do kind of a communication form of epidemiology, where I want to find out, where are they getting health information? What do they know? What do they don't know? I don't know if you know about the Health Information National Trends Survey. It's a big research program that I started back when I worked at the National Cancer Institute about 25 years ago, still going strong. It was a national program where we tracked where the American public was getting health information. What do they understand? What do they not understand? Who do they trust? What channels to use? And then we would use that information for designing programs that would resonate and work with these people. And about 10 years ago, I started to do this on an international level. And that's what the Insights program is that Kerk mentioned earlier. It's a program where we are examining where people get health information across 6 of the 7 continents. We're not in Antarctica yet, but we'll get there soon. And we're trying to compare similarities and differences. And amazingly, even in very disparate parts of the world, we have very similar issues in terms of access to information that is clear, using of credible sources. So there's a lot of lessons to learn and a lot of ways that we can work together to promote health on a global level. And I've become really interested in global health, especially with the pandemic, when we started realizing how intertwined and interdependent we are. So I think that we need to kind of focus on gathering data through audience analysis, needs analysis, process analysis to try to kind of figure out what's happening and how people are responding, and also summative evaluation about determining whether or not the interventions are valuable, are they cost effective, are they still making the same kinds of contributions, are they worth investment, do they need to be changed? So I think that the testing of these strategies is really critical. And that's what excites me as a communication scholar, and for you as well, that we have a huge role to play in developing health interventions, because the data, the communication data are essential. And most times we don't know. I find that most public health programs are based on very good intention. They really want to help people, but very limited data, very limited evidence, and often they don't work. And sometimes they're counterproductive. So there's a model that they use in the cancer world, and I learned about when I started working at the National Cancer Institute, first in the mid-'80s, that it's called the continuum of care. And it breaks down the healthcare into 6 different stages. And I've noticed that every one of these stages demands innovation, demands communication. They're communication based. And I've written a lot about this. I've written about how we can do this. And so I'm going to talk about each one of these: prevention, detection, diagnosis, treatment, survivorship, and end of life. These are the different stages of the continuum. So the first one is prevention. Prevention is the most critical part of healthcare. It's always better to prevent than it is to treat. Even if you've got good treatments, there are side effects, there's problems, people have long-term reactions, they have other issues. So if we can prevent health risks and the advent of disease, God bless. That's what we should be doing. We should be really focusing on that. But most healthcare does not kind of take a prevention focus. We are really based on treatment. We're like, healthcare systems are treatment oriented. They're not really prevention oriented. But prevention is a communication process. And so what I'm thinking is that we need to do is that we need to kind of come up with strategic communication campaigns and strategies and resources and education programs and behavior change strategies that will promote prevention. How do you get people to recognize their risks, avoid those risks, promote healthy behavior? And so prevention is kind of an interesting thing. There's type 1 and type 2 prevention. The type 1 prevention is when you get people to avoid the risk. Type 2 is where you get them to kind of identify those risks early, which is the next stage, really, which is risk detection. So we know from lots of research and epidemiology that when we detect healthcare problems early, they're much easier to treat, and people have a much higher level of survival and disease eradication. And if we can stay healthy and identify problems early, great. But that's not the normal orientation. Many people are reticent to get involved in the healthcare system. They may feel fatalistic. They may not want to identify if there's a problem. There's a lump. Oh, I don't want to mention it. It'll go away by itself. You know, a lot of times people will wait to go see a doctor until the pain and discomfort is so terrible they can't operate anymore, which is really a problem, because by that time, often the problem has exacerbated. It's gotten much worse. It's difficult to treat, and it may have spread. So in the area of cancer, in particular, I do a lot of research on cancer, is that we know that once we move to stage 3 and stage 4 cancer, it's often metastasized. It's moved to different parts of the body. And it manifests in different ways. That needs different kinds of treatment. It's extremely difficult to treat widespread cancer throughout your body. If you can identify it early and stop it from spreading, that's a beautiful thing. And the same thing is true for just about every health problem, whether it's mental health, whether it's physical health, whether it's substance abuse. All of these issues are early intervention are really critical. So risk detection is important, and screening is really the critical factor here. Diagnostic information. So sometimes we screen and we identify, but we don't really explain very clearly to people what the problem is. About 15 years ago, I had a big program of research I was doing with funding from the Merck Pharmaceutical Corporation. Merck was very upset and worried that many of their medications that were designed for people with chronic illness were not being filled. They called it a lack of compliance, that people were not taking their medication. I tried to soften and called it adherence, lack of adherence, because people have decisions they can make. They can decide whether they want to take it or not. But a lot of times, and we did a lot of research with that population, we found out about 50% of the people with chronic diseases that were not going away were not taking their medication, which is crazy, because these medications are keeping them alive. And we wanted to figure out what was going on. And we found out that most of the time people had no understanding of what their diagnosis was. We had people with advanced diabetes who would say, well, yeah, I used to have diabetes, but I took my medication for a couple of weeks. I felt a lot better, so I don't take it anymore. Not understanding that this is an ongoing disease. Once you're diabetic, it's not going away. You need to manage it over a long time. And you do that through a variety of different ways, including with medication, treatment, exercise, diet, lots of things, tracking. But most of these people were not doing that. And it was making them very vulnerable. So we need to make sure that we provide diagnostic information clearly, which is a communication issue, not with jargon. Providing full information. And luckily, we have all kinds of wonderful technologies now, including artificial intelligence, decision support systems, biofeedback systems. About 3 months ago, I started using a continuous glucose monitor. One of my doctoral students is a nutritionist, and she was doing some research on continuous glucose monitors, and she found a way that I could get one for cheap without a prescription. And so I've been using it to find out how does my diet, how does my exercise, how do my sleep patterns, how does my stress level affect my physiology. I'm learning amazing things. I've changed my diet in lots of ways. I'm still making changes because I've got that kind of feedback. And I think in the future, we're going to find more and more ways to get that information through our smartphones, through implantable devices, through a variety of different technologies that will provide us with good information. But it doesn't always replace communication with your providers, who need to be clear and provide good intentional information, accurate diagnostic information, so they can deliver diagnosis meaningfully and sensitively over a variety of relevant channels. Treatment. So treatment is the big one. Okay, that's the one we focus on. So you would think we were doing treatment really well. No, we're not. And so people don't understand their treatments. A lot of times I've seen people who are in for a procedure in the hospital. When they're released, they're given some training, they're giving some information about what they need to do when they go home. These people want to go home so badly. They want to get the hell out of the hospital. They want to get back in their beds. They want to eat their foods they want. They don't want to be supervised night and day. And so they got one foot out the door. The doctor says, do you understand? They say, yes, let me out of here. But they don't. And they get home and they don't follow the recommendations. Sometimes the recommendations are so complicated that even if they have family members who help them, they can't figure out how to do it. And so we find lots of people who are back in the hospital because they haven't taken their medication correctly, haven't done the treatment regimens correctly. So we need to really think about this as kind of an evolutionary activity where we're providing information and gathering feedback and seeing how things work. A lot of times treatment strategies may not be the right one. You probably experienced this yourself. You were given a medication supposed to make you feel better. It made you feel worse. you started having side effects, you started having fever, you had bad digestion. Well, this means it was not the right medication for you. But if people are not monitoring that and you're not getting feedback and not changing and refining, it's going to continue to make you feel worse. And not only is it not solving the problem, but it's causing other problems as well. And with major health issues like heart disease, neurological disease, cancers, AIDS, a lot of times the treatments are as dangerous and debilitating as the diseases are themselves. So we need to monitor them quickly. We need to have ongoing evaluation, including the use of different tracking devices and different ways of gathering information. And I think that we all need to be more involved with directing our own care and learning more about our bodies and not just kind of assigning ourselves to a provider. Just do with me, fix me up. This is your life. You need to be involved. This is an active process. Survivorship. So people say survivorship, what is that? Well, you know, we have made so many advances in healthcare that many people who died many years ago from healthcare problems are living long lives. The vast majority of people who are diagnosed with cancer do not die within 5 years of the diagnosis. Most of them survive, but they don't survive particularly well. The treatments are debilitating, as I mentioned earlier. They have side effects. They have long-term effects. They have fear of reoccurrence. They have uncertainty. Once you're diagnosed with a serious problem, like have a major heart attack or a serious form of cancer, you're never the same. You're worried about those issues. But the healthcare system is not really designed to treat people once they're out of treatment. Once they're released, you're on your own. But these people need support. They need communication. They need information. And we need to come up with ways of supporting them, providing opportunities for them to seek feedback, for guiding people who are caregivers at home, for caring for their loved ones. About a year ago, my wife had a serious accident, and I became the primary caregiver for her. I've been writing and talking about this for a long time, but I had no idea how complicated being a caregiver was and how much effort I needed to put into it. And I needed information. I needed support. I needed to know what to do. I needed how to deal with these different issues and what kinds of therapies she needed. And so I think that we need to think about ways of supporting survivorship with active communication, especially dealing with the fears and uncertainties and frustrations that survivors have so we can survive successfully and effectively. The last phase is one that most people don't like to talk about, end of life. But we all know that just like taxes, death is something you can't avoid. It's going to happen. And if you have serious healthcare problems, the risks of death are very real. And eventually we're all going to die, but I think we can learn how to die with respect. We need to die with dignity. I think we need to make plans. We need to get involved. We need to learn how to say goodbye. We need to, die in the best possible ways. And communication is a critical factor. Unfortunately, many healthcare providers are not well trained to communicate about death, and they don't do a very good job of it. Many of them avoid it. I did a study a couple of years ago with cardiologists who are not informing their patients who are likely to die that they were terminally ill, because they didn't want to make them feel bad. They didn't like to talk about the issues, but they were not preparing them very well. And so we need to figure out how to provide information so people can make transitioning first from active care to end-of-life care, providing palliative care to reduce suffering, providing opportunities for people to express their needs, to deal with uncertainty, to connect and reconnect with their family members, to help loved ones deal with issues of grief. So end-of-life communication is critical and involves a whole range of different innovations. We need a lot of work in this area. So that's all the pieces. So one of the things I wanted to mention is that implementation of innovations is not easy. There's a lot of thinking that goes into it, and there's a framework that my friend Russ Glasgow developed about 20 years ago that's really caught on. Lots of people are using it. It's called the RE-AIM framework, and the RE-AIM is based on the alliteration. The R in RE-AIM is reach. How do I reach the targeted populations? This goes back to the issue of audience analysis that I talked about earlier. Who are the people that need the information? What are their information needs? Effectiveness, how do I know if the intervention I'm recommending them is the right one? And this is what we look at: needs analysis and past research and what's the evidence base. So the intervention we're providing them is the best intervention for them, and we have confidence in it. And this obviously is going to change over time as we learn more, certainly as we learned during the pandemic. Adoption. How do I develop institutional support to deliver the intervention? How do I get reinforcement within the social network, within the family, at work, within the neighborhood? How do I provide access to information and support mechanisms easily? Because it's not just telling people you've got to set up a structure for the intervention that really supports it and encourages it. How do we implement the intervention so that we know that it's delivered properly? So maybe you convince people to do these and they're going to change their diet, but they're not eating the right foods. They're making things worse. So you need to kind of track it and make sure that the implementation is going effectively. And I think that's where process evaluation is really critical, to evaluate what's happening, how it's working, what's going right, what's going wrong, what needs to be changed, what new information is needed. And then the last part is maintenance or sustainability. How do you sustain the intervention over time? Because health issues are not momentary, they're long-term. And this is true for most innovations in society, whether it's educational interventions or economic interventions. It's not just a one-time, one-shot issue, but it's an ongoing management of maintaining them over time. And if we want to have sustainable interventions that people will continue to use, we need to find ways to refine them. So this model is kind of shaped like kind of an imperfect wheel, because it's a process that goes around and around. It's not just kind of one step, but you keep doing this. You keep looking at the issues about who are the population, what do we know about what's effective, how do you get people to adopt, how do you implement effectively, how do you maintain it, and you continue doing that over time so that this process works well. All right. So this is a model that I love because it reinforces what I do. It's kind of one of those models that kind of says, you're a good person, you're doing this right. It's a model that was developed by the Canadian Cancer Society, our friends in the border. Hopefully they're still our friends after what's been going on. But in Canada, they had a model that says that if you want to reduce the cancer burden, you need to engage in what they call a knowledge synthesis. And I think that's really a critical part of the diffusion of innovations, is you need to synthesize knowledge and apply it. And it starts with fundamental research, basic research about who are the populations, what are the issues, what do we know, how do you deal with this? That's a combination of audience analysis and needs analysis. We need to engage in intervention strategies that are relevant, that are based on what we learned from the fundamental research. We need to track that through surveillance research to make sure it's working and refine it as needed. And then we need to kind of find ways of refining application and program delivery to achieve our goals. This is basically a communication research process. And so I engage in all of these forms of communication. I utilize information from all these to make sure that the interventions and the innovations work. Here's my big last slide. You ready for this one? All right, so this is a very personal. These are the strategies that I use for diffusing health innovations to at-risk populations. I'm trying to develop the infrastructure for learning about the communication needs, the unique needs of vulnerable populations, so that I can use that information to test new communication strategies, models, and tools that are appropriate and effective for those audiences. I want to disseminate the most relevant and timely information to key audiences to help guide their actions. I want to implement the best health communication practices over time so I can make a major change. This is a process of discovery, development, and delivery. And if we do this, I think we can make a huge difference in improving health outcomes in society. All right, that's my presentation. Here are some key references. As much of it is my own work. I cite the work of Glasgow. I cite the work of F. Rogers, and a number of studies that a lot of the ideas that I presented today are presented in this earlier work. I didn't just make it up. All right, I'm going to stop and see if there are any questions from any of you. I'm going to pull this down. All right, we're back.
Yes, and thank you, Gary, for such a passionate and inspiring talk. And let's open up for questions. And we can model after the morning session, so some of you can raise your digital hands on Zoom if you want, so that we can spotlight you, turn on the camera so Zoom allows us to do that, or you can type a question in the chat as well. Yes, yes, Bo. Let me spotlight you, but you can unmute and start asking the question.
Hi, Gary. Thanks for your great talk. Yes, I have a question. You mentioned different phases, from prevention, detection, all the way to sustain the strategy. So, as of right now, what do you think is the most critical that need attention? Which phase?
I really think prevention is the area that we really need to spend a lot of time with. As I mentioned earlier, the better we can prevent problems, identify risks early, and find ways to avoid them, the healthier we will be. There's always a loss once you have a major health problem, and certainly as it progresses, it gets worse. So I think the most important is prevention.
Thank you, Gary.
You're welcome. Maggie, I see your hand is up.
Great. Yeah. I thought this was a great talk. And one of my interests was really thinking about people that I've talked to, and that every time now they're going to the doctor, there's this big push to get on Ozempic or other GLP-1s like that, which obviously, as we know, is not necessarily preventative. It's really just treating something and maybe not even always treating the core problem. So where do you kind of see like that fitting into this model? And then how do we incentivize practitioners to focus more on treatment, since that is really the most important factor?
Yeah, I think that's a really great question, and it indicates a much bigger problem in society. People are looking for a quick fix, and they don't want to invest much. They don't want to work hard. They want the magic pill or bullet to solve their problem, and there really is not a magic potion for promoting health. It means you need to get personally involved. It doesn't mean it needs to be difficult. It means that we need to change our lifestyles. And I don't think medication is necessarily bad, but we need to recognize that every medication has an upside and a downside, that has side effects. Not every medication is appropriate for you. You need to kind of refine your medications. But my belief is that if you can minimize as much as possible your dependence on medication and use lifestyle factors like sleep, exercise, diet, self-care, social support, that's a much better sustainable way to promote our health. And so I think what we need to do is we need to encourage the healthcare system to support non-medicinal, non-surgical, non-invasive forms of treatment as the first step, as the primary step, and then go to those more invasive forms of treatment when necessary. I'm not saying if people are having a heart attack, we shouldn't do open heart surgery. That may be needed, but there's a lot of steps before that. There should have been a lot of warning ahead of time. There could have been ways of preventing that. It goes back to the issue that I mentioned earlier about the importance of prevention. And we're so hung up on treatment, and there's a huge medical industry infrastructure with the pharmaceutical companies, the insurance companies that are pushing intervention that are dangerous. So I think we need to be more proactive, more natural, more on top of things, and kind of take a step-by-step move towards the more extreme. And people need to realize that Ozempic is a relatively extreme reaction. That there are other things you can do.
Yeah, I totally agree. Thank you for your response.
Thanks for the question. Any other questions? Comments?
Yeah, I have a questions actually. Okay, it's not something related to your presentations, but I wanted to hear from you as you have been working DOI since for a longer time. So, what one piece of advice you would like to give to young scholar who want to study innovations or diffusions in like emerging technologies, or it could be complex technologies also?
Yeah, and one of the things that I would recommend is to be guided by what you think are the most important issues and problems that are causing the most pain and suffering. I find that sometimes people get moved by the law of the hammer, what kinds of tools they have available, what methods they have available, what the easiest populations to study are, what's quick they get them a publication quickly. I really think we should be guided by what's most important. So my advice is to kind of think about what are the major issues that are facing you, people you know, and society that you think you can have some impact on. Because the more important the issue is, the greater the impact, greater the outcome can be, the more we can make a difference in society. So when we're talking about innovations, if we're innovating about something that's not that critical, you're not going to make as big a difference. So think about what are the major issues, what are the big problems, and then once you identify them, identify some partners. I find that intervention research is complicated. It's hard for one person to do it all by themselves. You can't be kind of a one-man band. You need experts. You need to work with healthcare providers. You need to work with experts in information technology. I work with a lot of interdisciplinary research teams, and I handle the communication piece of it. But they do a lot of the programming work. They do a lot of the treatment. They represent the different healthcare systems, and by working that way, we have much more synergistic effort. And we also have different opportunities for intervention, because often we're intervening in organizations that are their homes. So, for example, I do a lot of work with the Veterans Administration. I work with people at the VA. They can get things to work. They can make it happen. Boom, boom, boom. And I would never be able to make that happen. And so I think that working interdisciplinary on important topics is my recommendation.
Thank you so much. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Welcome. Christine, your hand is up.
Hi, how are you today? Good. So I really enjoyed this. It was very interesting to me. I'm actually listening from kind of a corporate practical application change management lens, not within the healthcare industry. But what I found really interesting was this concept of continuum of care and diffusion, and how that relates to how we think about guiding leaders and organizations to implement change, right? Behavior change, because that's what we're talking about. And I often get people coming to me to say, I need to create these communications, these campaigns that is intended to change behavior, very much like changing healthcare behavior. And more often than not, they want to do this easy peanut butter spread, skipping the audience analysis, skipping the needs analysis. And I loved your comments on prevention being the most important, and I would relate that to planning what you want to accomplish is the most important. But I think what happens is leaders often feel like, oh, that's too much work, that's too heavy, I don't have time for that, I need to jump right into treatment or execution. Any thoughts or comments on ways to influence the people who are creating the communications to be more thoughtful about leaning into the necessary work of the prevention or the planning early on to get the results that you want?
Yeah, that's a really
that
great
was a
question.
lot. Sorry.
No, I really resonate with that, because I spent a lot of time advising the CDC, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. For many years, my center did training programs in Atlanta for CDC staff about developing campaigns, about evaluation research, about message design. And this issue would come up every time. People would say, yeah, that's great, but my boss wants me to have this program out yesterday, and we don't have a budget to do evaluation research. So, how do we do it? And I say, build it in to the program. Make sure that it's a part of it, that you need to do planning, you need to do, and some of it you can do relatively inexpensively. This is not like conducting a kind of a dissertation study where everything has to be, very rigorous. You can do some cultural informant interviews. You can review previous research. You can check out evidence and the reports. You can talk to a sample of different people and try different things out. But I think that you can gather some quick and dirty information up front. It should be rigorous enough, however, so that it can be kind of a baseline. for what's currently happening and what people think now, so you can track it over time when you want to do your summative evaluation and track how things are changing. But I think if you build it in, and then when you build your interventions and programs, make sure there are feedback loops in there where you get user feedback, and then there are opportunities for testing out, message testing, usability testing to make sure that things are working, satisfaction surveys, in-depth interviews and recommendations, focus groups are ways of gathering data to make sure that the information is working. And that way we have an evidence base for what we're doing. But if you come in and say, oh, I need an extra, 1/4 of the budget to do this, they can say, no, we don't have that money. But if it's integrated into it, and that it's already a line item, it's easier to get it to happen. And you can convince people that this is important because you don't want them to make a mistake and waste their money. And you want to have a program that will last over time, that's very cost effective and very meaningful in terms of achieving your goals.
Great, thank you.
Welcome. Tim.
Awesome. I would just like to say thank you for your presentation today. I'm coming to this presentation with an eye in the HES view, health, environmental, and safety. So really with more of a concentration in the safety of the workforce. And I really drew some parallels with your continuum of care with some of the things that I am responsible for, with really influencing the safety culture. And I guess really more the question, I really found your continuum of care very interesting. And I would just like to know where can I find some more information on that research? Because I feel like I can use a lot of your points today in my current role. And it's kind of along those same lines that I believe Christine was talking about just now as well.
If you just use Google Scholar and type in continuum of care, you'll find a ton of research. And I've written several things about it as well, about how communication and research is related to that continuum. And I think it works extremely well in environmental and industrial situations as well, because the same kinds of issues of stages, can we prevent risks, is really critical. I do a lot of work on climate related issues like hurricanes and floods and tsunamis. And I find that the same health issues that I'm dealing with relate extremely well to those risk communication situations. And the issues of sustainability, issues of survivorship, issues of dealing with problems of death are critical in those situations as well as they are in the workforce. Over the years, I've done a lot of work with NIOSH, which is Occupational Safety and Health, and they had a really nice communication division that my friend Steve Butterfield directed, and they've done some really good works that you probably can look up and see related to industrial safety issues.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that, sir.
Welcome. Anybody else?
Questions? Gary, can I squeeze in a quick one for you?
Huh?
Okay, looking forward, what emerging technologies or communication channels do you think are most hopeful for reaching and empowering the vulnerable populations?
Yeah, there's two that I've been doing a lot of work with that I think are really important. One is the tracking technology, providing biofeedback to people to help them identify emerging problems and issues, to see trends over time, to help them adapt and get more involved in directing their own care. And then the interactive health information systems with using smart adaptive computer technology like artificial intelligence. I've been doing a lot of work with counseling and advice systems to help people adapt to problems, to learn about new strategies, to connect with other people, to access social support. And I think that there's a huge opportunity for developing kind of what we call health coaches that will provide people with ongoing support and information that's just in time, that's mobile, that provides people with information they need, that's evidence-based, where people can ask questions easily without the stigma or fear of retribution of reaching out to the healthcare system. And it's going to make us much more independent. So I think those interactive health information systems and the biofeedback tracking systems are the two technologies I'm really excited about.
Great. Thank you so much. So let's see if there are any more questions from the audience. Hearing none, then please join me in thanking Gary for a wonderful talk and sharing your wisdom with us today. All
Thank
right.
you very much. It's been a great
Thank you so
audience.
much, Gary.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think people are verbally expressing their thanks to you. Thank you, Gary.
All right. I'm going to leave. Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you, Gary. All right. And let's also take a quick break here. Let's come back at 1:35 p.m. Central Time. So 2 minutes break, and then we'll transition to the third panel for today. So you can stay on Zoom and just turn on your camera, take a break, stretch a little bit, grab a drink, and come back at 1:35. All right. See you all very soon. Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome back. It's time for our third round of presentations. MD Ashraf Ghani, PhD candidate and ideal student lead of last year, 2023 and 2024. He will be the moderator of our next panel. So I'm going to turn it over to Ashraf for running that panel. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone. I hope everyone is doing great. We just had amazing keynote speakers, and I hope everybody is doing great. So in these sessions, we will explore how innovation are adopted and structured in value-driven environments, faith-based communities, higher education and scientific institutions, and so those are our four amazing presentations coming just from the presenters. Each of you have 7 minutes to present, and there will be a timer on, and we will take all the questions after all four presentations. And So that's being said, without further ado, I will first request Ariana Medina to share her research with us. Ariana Medina.
So let me share my screen. Okay, can you guys see that?
Mahedi, can you please do the timekeeping?
Yes, Ariana, we can see your slide.
Yes, I'm also enabling the time.
Right.
So with that being said, I'll go ahead and get started. So my presentation today is on barriers to adoption, a diffusion of innovation analysis of the preaching search engine in church communities. So this is more of an applied presentation using the diffusion of innovation framework on this emerging AI tool that was designed to streamline the search for relevant video clips of religious long form content. So what kind of makes this a little bit different is that it's in the early adopter stage. It's not very frequently where you have a religious organization that has created this new technology for people to use. So I found the diffusion of innovation framework just a useful thing to utilize to kind of catch, okay, what are the blind spots? Why might people use this? Why might they not? To help further promote the adoption of this technology more from like an entrepreneurial perspective. So starting off with what exactly is this tool? So it was created by Mike Vance, who is a content director of a Christian church in Kentucky. And it is this AI-powered search tool that helps individuals find great moments in long-form content and helps them discover publicly available content. So the speakers and content channels indexed are curated to represent a broad range of perspectives, specifically within the non-denominational and evangelical lane. So where do you actually find this? It's the advantage of being on Zoom. I can actually pop it up. So this is kind of what their website looks like. And so here in this little demo, you can type up a specific religious search term. And what it'll do is it gives you several options of based off what you searched and go to a specific video clip segment. So one of the advantages of using this technology instead of YouTube is instead of having to watch through, say, a 3-hour YouTube video to determine what's relevant, it kind of speeds up the process and just gives you like the 1 to 2 minutes directly of what you need. So the target audience for this tool is primarily individuals who are affiliated with Christianity, who value this type of efficiency of not having to necessarily sit down and watch an entire video, but very much so know what they're searching for and just kind of need a short clip to pull. This could function for either a team or an individual. So the term team in contemporary church settings has increased, even though it's primarily a corporate type word. And since the pandemic, we've seen an increase in the use of like media teams specifically, who are the ones primarily engaging with these type of tools. So that would kind of be the target audience of who's using this technology. So now kind of looking at an overview, taking into consideration the fusions of innovation. So the relative advantage of this technology is that it does save time for someone who knows kind of what short clips they're looking for. Additionally, it is different than other AI tools. So a lot of AI tools that have been coming out now are targeted more towards pastors specifically to help with generating content for either sermons or social media efforts. This one's different in the sense of it's a tool that helps with a specific task. So it kind of helps with the workflow. So that's one advantage there. In terms of compatibility, so this aligns with individuals who are already consuming long form content, and there have been studies that shown
how Christians are utilizing this primarily through worship service or contemporary Christian music through media platforms such as YouTube. And so this already kind of aligns with what they're already using. And as mentioned previously, we've seen how churches have increased the usage of digital tools since the pandemic. In terms of complexity, it's pretty easy. It's a search engine, it's point and click. So there is this sense of familiarity with it. The only hesitancy with the complexity may be the roles of the user's perception or knowledge of AI could potentially lead to some type of hindrance. In terms of the observability, one issue with this tool is it's not highly visible, right? So if someone uses this to pull a video clip and plays it in front of a group, they don't really know that tool was used unless it was necessarily disclosed, which I think highlights the role that word of mouth and opinion leaders will play in the adoption of this technology. Then finally, in terms of trialability, there's pretty minimal risk because it's on a subscription basis. So currently, because it's an early tool in a beta version, the cost is $10 a month. So if someone decides to try it, doesn't work for them, doesn't fit their workflow, or for whatever reason, they have the option to stop using the technology. Overall, in terms of kind of the insights and recommendations for this AI preaching search engine, based off looking at it through a diffusion lens, is the advantage is that it does save time, it is easy to use, and it kind of fits the need of those who would be normally early adopters who are seeking efficiency. But based on what I found, some barriers might be a lack of familiarity to AI-assisted technologies, which could potentially lead to some resistance in using the tool. And due to the issues of observability and trialability, that could also lead to a lack of awareness. So what I would recommend to kind of help with those hindrance factors might be to offer a demo version so that people can just kind of a free demo version so that they can give it a try first, and to really be intentional about utilizing opinion leaders to help get the word out about this technology. So that is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariana. Big applause for her, and thanks for finishing just on time. Great. So we have now a collaborative work presented by Sayo, Gioni, Mahedi, and Dr. Key from Texas Tech University in collaboration with Yuva Tillman from University of Southern California. So please welcome all the presenters.
Okay, Ashraf, I'm going to share my screen. The Sayo is having some issues with the data, so I'm going to share my screen.
Thank you, Mahedi. Okay, so good afternoon again, everyone. I'm Sayo. And just a little disclaimer, this is a work in progress, and it's a collaboration of myself, Journey, and Eva Dillman, who is at University of Southern California. So we are trying to understand virtualization and community building among NSF major facilities. Oh, can you move to the next slide? Yes, so just a brief introduction of virtualization. Virtualization is a framework that talks about how amenable some tasks or some operations are to online environment, virtual environment. And so it talks about all the things that might be a negative predictor of you adopting a virtual environment for different operations, such as meeting online, collaborating online, or just general job operations. And then community building involves relationships, strong relationships that are built by people who are stakeholders or who are connected one way or the other to to an industry, to a field, to a company, to an organization. And virtualization, as we will find in most literature and even in the media terrain, is something that is increasing every day, especially after COVID. Everybody went home, and then we all started using all these tools, be it instant messaging, as simple as instant messaging, emailing, to teleconferencing apps for virtual communication and for collaboration. And so community building is trying to use some of this. Mahedi, I'll let you know when to move next to the next slide. So community building is sort of now saying, how do you use some of these tools for building strong relationships? Because they find that communities, companies and organizations, industries that have communities to rest upon, they came out resilient in the case of the pandemic. So in this study, you can move to the next slide, we're exploring how virtual communication can be employed, can be deployed to maximize community building, that is to share best practices to build trustworthy relationships among NSF major facilities. So NSF major facilities, they are big science coordination organizations. Some of them include the National Ocean Observatory, and there's the professionals include cyber infrastructure experts. Some of them just do IT, some of them are into managing ships and resources owned by the government. And there's actually about 20 of them. And so these professionals, we asked them how they use virtual communication during COVID-19 pandemic. At the same time, we asked them some of the things and activities that they do to build community. So this is based on 2 projects. You can move to the next slide. So based on 2 projects, we asked 2 questions. What are the best ways to incorporate or deploy virtual communication in sharing best practices and community building among MF professionals? And then, does virtual communication present challenges or limitations to sustaining of MF community? So these are the 2 questions that this work is based on. Can you move to the next slide? Thank you. And so this was a qualitative approach. Specifically, we use thematic analysis that includes a 6 procedure by Brandt and Clark in coding and then selecting themes that relate to the question. So like I said briefly, it's on 2 projects, based on 2 projects. And one is to gauge community building practices, and one is to gauge like the resilient strategies that these MF professionals used during COVID. Next slide, please. And so basic findings, some of the findings were that virtual communication is advantageous to establishing strong networks when you use them as follow-up of already existing in-person contact. And this is just one of the excerpts. Next, we have maintaining and sustaining working groups. This was a very important finding because some of them felt like 80% of the work is done in person. But it's important to know that working groups are maintained by this virtual communication. Next, the limitations that we found is them reinforcing the fact that you cannot replace in-person with virtual communication. There's a sensory need, people want to see, feel, touch, put a face to the name, and then individual preference. which always comes up in the adoption of most of the new technologies that we've seen in the media, in every organization. There's always individual preference of, I like this, I prefer to meet people, I prefer to work with people that I know and not just receive a random text or random email. And so these are some of the findings that we'll find. In conclusion, we're saying whether they work on site or from home or wherever they're working from, virtual communication is integral to community building. And an example is the working group that they mentioned. There is no way to sustain working group without virtual communication. So this is a submission. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Sayo, for your amazing presentation, and thank you for all the contributors of this research. Our next presentation is about higher education. It's about us. So please welcome G1 for his presentations on diffusion of AI technology in higher education, assessing university faculty adoption in teaching and learning. G1.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ashraf. Let me share the screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Jiwan Kafle, a PhD first year student at College of Media and Communication, Texas Tech University. So today, basically, I'm going to talk about like diffusion of AI technology in the higher education field, especially how the faculty members they perceive the AI innovation in the adoption of their teaching and learning. So recently, if we see, there are so many AI-driven like educational tools are developed, and they are all already like used in the practice. For example, the Khan Academy, they are using like Khan Mingo for the like teaching, and also like in China, like they are using iFly Takes that they are using for the even the national exam entrance like assessment. So these are the things suggest that like rapidly like the different AI tools are using in the academia for teaching as well as in the learning. But the when it comes to the like faculty members' perception about the like adopting those AI innovation, there are mixed results. Like a recent study, they found that faculty they have the mixed like opinion about across different like discipline and also institution. So here comes the study what I am trying to do. This study is actually the work on progress. So what exactly the like drives the faculty adaptation of AI technology for the teaching, and also what like the barriers or the hinders the adaptation of the AI technology. So this is the study, and recent like literature they suggest that some of the faculty they have like tested the use of the AI such as ChatGPT, and they found that the accuracy of the ChatGPT is like rapidly with the like evolvence of the AI technology. Like before there was 3.5, now 4 and 4.5 already. So its accuracy also rapidly increasing. So it also suggests that there is like a high potential of the AI tools to adopt in the teaching and learning. But the perception of the faculty is still like differ. And one study, very recent study, they found that students are more willing to use the AI for like generative AI for the writing. But when it comes to the faculty, they are more like skeptical about the using the AI for the writing. So based on that, this study is basically guided by the diffusion of innovation theory. So basically, I'm trying to see like what those five, the classical principle of the DOI, whether those things like lead to the adaptation of the AI technology in teaching and learning or not. And also I'm like trying to explore, because recently some study they found that the organizational policy also, it is very important to like adaptation of the AI like innovation in the teaching and learning or in any organization. So some scholars even they call for the the adaptation or effective adaptation of AI technology need like the clear policy or the guidelines from the organization to integrate the innovation in the teaching and learning. So based on that, this study, so I propose based on those existing literature on the diffusion of innovation theory. So these five classical like principle are like component of the innovation, like influence the AI adaptation among the faculty members, but it is moderated by the organizational policy. So it depends on the institution, whether the educational institution, what kind of policy they have about the innovation of adopting the innovation in the teaching and learning. So this is a main like research question and hypothesis that I'm trying to explore in this study. And this is like based on here the survey of faculty members in USA. So it will be like because it's still on the progress. So I will be like designing on the questionnaire and collecting the main related variable related for the measuring the main variables. So about the like this study basically I adopted the scale that are used specifically for the context of the like AI related tools used in the educational setting. So it's already validated the skills. And the first one about the diffusion of innovation, like it's related to the whether the faculty members they perceive that those AI tools are helpful for them to teaching or not. So each like the component has the four different items and measure on the 7-point Likert scale. Similarly, there is also the AI adaptation in teaching and learning. So that one also like three items like measure on the 7-point Likert scale, and organizational policy also it is like a three items measure on the 7-point Likert scale. So what's basically the contribution of this study? Basically, this study, as I in the previously talk about the the study, they have the highlighted the very different perspectives about the using the AI technology in educational setting. So it will offer like great insight on like how the faculty members in the higher education, how they are thinking about the adaptation of this technology also by using the diffusion of innovation theory rather than the existing most of these studies on the TAM or the Utah. So and also it also provide the like university or educational institution, even the AI developers to like formulate the policy to integrate the innovation in the teaching and reform the teaching and the learning the process. So it's already still on the progress. I don't have the exact empirical data, but I believe that this study can contribute to the improving the teaching and learning by using the new technological innovation, and also help us to understand like what are the barriers and the drivers for the adaptation of the technological innovation in the academic, especially higher education context. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jiwan, for your amazing presentation. It was really good. And I was again reminding everyone, if you have any questions on any presentations, please hold your questions. We'll take questions right after all the presentations. So we have our last presentation, last but not the least, an interesting topic on reflecting on church live streaming after COVID-19. So please welcome Ariana and Sydney for their amazing presentation.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Get our slides up here in a sec.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're good to go. Cool. So yeah, we are in the early proposal stages of this project, Sydney and I, to really look back on the church live streaming practices after the COVID-19 lockdown. So what we're going to do today is kind of give you an overview of some of the rationale, a little bit of background context, how we envision looking at this through a diffusion lens, and seeing where we imagine this study moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So to give you a little bit of context, right? COVID impacted all of us. It was a crazy season for about 2 years. But for churches, this really changed the way that people attend church. So COVID's coming right around Easter. Everyone is trying to figure out what are we going to do because we can't meet in person? And that is a huge mark of worship and religion, especially for American Christianity. And so those pandemic restrictions really caused churches worldwide to shift from that traditional in-person structure to digital live streams. So a lot of churches were forced very quickly to adopt internet communication technologies to maintain those relationships, but also weekly rhythms, whether that be every single week, once a week services, any type of prayer meetings. Everything had to go onto our favorite platform, Zoom. We also had to look at live streaming and what that meant. So a lot of churches for a very long time expanded digital ministries and kept them post-pandemic. Some of them reverted strictly to in-person gatherings. So we're really talking about live stream adoption here and why it happened. Obviously, this is not a new technology. This started in really the 90s, being adopted by a lot of different groups. But for churches, this was really only adopted by televangelists and mega churches, which is really any church that has over 2,000 people attending weekly or more. So these large churches are really taking this technology on. But the pandemic is really accelerating that technology adoption in a way that's shifting not only how we view church, but digital communities. So if we'll go to the next slide, I can give you a little bit more of that lit review. So historically, Protestant churches in particular are leveraging a lot of media innovations. However, despite that, churches are notoriously slow actually in adopting internet communication technologies. And that's due to a lot of issues, tension, negotiation in religious communities, really about online platforms and ethics. However, we're looking at a lens of megachurches in particular, and we can ask why, right? Megachurches have that staff and those resources to quickly adopt new media technologies. So for our study, it makes the most sense to use megachurches as our lens. Smaller congregations are also typically following those megachurches. So we want to ask them why they're adopting live stream practices, maybe why they stopped, and then move forward through there. So we have a lot of literature to look at, as well as a lot of people to talk to. So that's why megachurches really sit in our lens, but also we're looking at why live streaming happens in these places. So I'll throw it over to Ariana to talk about why diffusions is so important here.
Yeah, so when we look at previous studies with diffusion in churches, as Sydney mentioned, we know that they tend to fall in this laggard adoption category when it comes to information communication technologies. But there was this study that was recently done to look at churches' live streaming efforts specifically within the United States. And it looked at how COVID-19 specifically accelerated that rate of adoption. And what they found is there was some hesitancy prior to the pandemic due to incompatibilities with the church's values or goals and lack of resources. The pandemic really changed this, and there was this shift in mentality of, oh, we have to go online, which led to this adoption of live streaming as a practice. The third study mentioned there shows how it used a diffusion lens to look at the motivations and decisions made by U.S. Protestant churches about continuing live streaming. And a lot of their findings reveal how a lot of younger demographic, they see this important role that technology plays in enhancing church services. And on the flip side, it also shows the role of using this technology to engage younger members. There's also been studies that have shown how, for the most part, U.S. adults who regularly stream religious services online, they are satisfied with this technology. What we don't really know now is why. So we know that initial 2020, okay, it's adopted, right? We are now 5 years later after that lockdown period. So there seems to be a need to further explore what kind of factors led to them keeping the technology. So specifically want to focus more of this innovation of church being online or digital communities, which kind of leads to our research question of what were the decision-making factors that led to churches continuing the live streaming practices after the pandemic. Now looking back, so we believe by analyzing those factors that could help inform the future adoption of other integrated communication technologies within churches. We have 3 proposed studies. the way we want to start this out is with a focus group with leaders, as Sydney mentioned, within mega churches to kind of reflect what happened, how did that decision go down, why did that continue? The reason we want to do focus groups specifically is to kind of help with this memory recall issues, because we are asking them to reflect back on something that happened a while ago. And we think getting them all in the same place together will help give us a more comprehensive type of answer. From there, we want to move on with 2 follow-up studies to reflect on church members and the church attendees' specific experiences and sort of compare and contrast what were the perceptions between those who primarily attend online versus in person. So we'll start off with this study 1. Our goal right now, we're working on this proposal to get IRB approval so that hopefully we can recruit for focus groups in the fall and kind of conduct this pilot study to gather initial data and then hopefully start analyzing that in the spring. So starting with that first part with leaders is what we want to do.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ariana, for and Sydney for amazing presentations. The studies looks amazing, and round of applause for everyone who presented. So I will open up the floor for everyone. We have around 12 minutes, so we will take question until 2:18, and then I will wrap up the session within 2 minutes with concluding remarks. So floor is open for everyone. Please feel free to ask question. I will request Mahedi, please spotlight every speaker so that everyone can see our speakers.
Yes, every speaker, if you are able to turn on your camera, then we'll be able to spotlight. And that will be also great for our picture in LinkedIn. So yes, please.
Okay, so floor is open for questions.
Dr. Echo actually sent me his questions and to ask on his behalf. The questions are actually for 2 questions for Sayo and 1 question for G1. By the way, I want to also note that Dr. Echo was our keynote speaker 2 years ago during our first symposium. So very, very happy to have Dr. Echo back to join us this afternoon. So Sayo, here are the 2 questions from Dr. Echo. The first question is, let me navigate my screen here. Give me a second. Okay, so ARPANET and the internet were created to enhance the interconnection of government, corporate, and university labs. Does your study draw on this history? That's the first question. Would you like to respond first, and then I'll ask the next one?
Thank you very much, Dr. Echo, for that question. I am not looking at it from the historical perspective, but I think that that's a promising perspective to look at. Maybe that would be even, I think that would actually bring home the understanding that this is meant for your work, is meant for government organizations to benefit from. So yes, thank you so much for that.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the second question from Dr. Echo for you, Sayo. Secondly, is your study focused on individual or institutional virtualization among these NSF constituents?
I think it will be both, because these are what makes the government organizations are the people that work there, the professionals who have worked there for so many years, and whether they're new or old, it's going to be individual at the same time, the organization, because they're the ones who use the facilities, they're the ones who manage it, and they're the ones who need the community, they're the ones who need this technologies to maximize their work.
Great, thank you, Sayo.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
I'm going to now turn to G1. So G1, Dr. Echo's question for you is, can you elaborate a little bit further on what specific aspects of AI you are focusing on in your study?
the one so far I have worked, I have not actually like specific like AI technology. I mean, in general, like different kind of AI technology that is used for the teaching and learning, such as Grammarly, Canva, different kind of like even the now the ChatGPT they are using for the like personalized feedback. So in general, rather than the particular one AI technology.
Great. Thank you, Jiwan. And Gaurav actually has a question he texted me, so I'm gonna spotlight him so he could unmute and ask directly.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Dr. P, and all of your amazing presentations. I mean, I think thinking about these things needs a lot of energy, needs a lot of thought processes, and I really appreciate each one of you. I actually have had 4 questions, which I will break it down to maybe 2. I have one question again for G1, since we are in conversation and G1 has been answering a question. G1, this might be a long shot for you, but what do you think? Or how do you think AI is going to impact mentoring? So you talked about teaching and how
Yeah.
the process of teaching could be impacted, which we all have kind of an experience of. But then how do you think it's going to impact mentoring, if at all?
Yeah, exactly. Like there are some of the scholars, they are even talking about that mentoring also. So like will the AI gonna like play the role of mentor in the future? And so they are talking on that also. But so far, like there are not like I think I have not like seen the proper study on that, whether the AI, the role of as a mentor is effective enough or not. But what I believe is that personally, I think that as a faculty, they can work together, like use the AI for the like providing students the more better experience on the mentoring. Not completely AI as a mentor, but working together as a mentor so that student can have both like a new innovative like technological experience, so that will enhance their learning experience also. That's what I believe. Yeah.
I think that's a great thought, because we don't know how
Yeah.
the world is going to look like if AI takes over, God forbid. But then actually, if it does, it's going to look definitely different. And thank you so much for the response. I think I'm also in the same direction of thinking about mentoring, but then AI could be maybe a friend. I might ask for a mentoring advice, and I really loved your insight on that. Thank you so much, Ivan. And I don't think I know it. My next question was for our 4th presentation on our beautiful presenters, Sydney and Ariana. I loved the idea and then the way y'all shed some light about how moving to digital media or digital church has been a thing. I had no idea about it. I mean, basically talking about me, I go to the temple, and when I say I go to the temple, being a Hindu, I visit. I don't regularly participate there. My subscription is very limited, right? I don't know if this might sound like a question or not, but do you think there's a question and there's a suggestion slash recommendation? Do you think getting or going digital with churches, is that going to be that motivational factor for other religious leaders so that they could also start preaching digitally? Because as a person from a different religious belief, I know we as Hindus, we did it, but there has been a lot of backlash of, oh, you cannot do that. God only comes here, and you cannot be visiting God on your phone. You can only visit your whatever students, fiance, whatever on your phone. So he might not bless you. That's where I'm coming from, right? So, do you think that's going to be an impact on other religious institutional leaders at all? Because I would suggest if that is a possibility, yes or no, your research is going to be beautiful for other cultural aspects too. Like, I'm from India, so take it to India. Oh my God, there's going to be a lot of feelings about, how digital practices go. So I'm going to shut down here and then have you all say, your thoughts about this question. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. It's something that we have considered. we were like, okay, let's start with Christian churches in the US context, just because there's already a lot of existing literature on it. But from what we see on more like the industry side type of conversations between other religions is they all approach digital communications research a little bit differently. And it's because they have these like different types of values that they hold that kind of impact, okay, how should this be used? What should this look like, right? And then there's almost two sides of it of, okay, digital religion to kind of help engage with the audience, to engage this younger demographic. A lot of religions are recognizing this. Where kind of the tension lies is how involved should this be when it comes to religious practices or rituals? And so each religion, they kind of have their different answer of here's what's okay and here's what's not okay. And so that's why Sydney and I are really interested in looking at, well, how does that information even spread within churches to begin with? Like, who really decides that here's this is okay, here's this is not? What are the social influences, the social networks? And then ideally, we would love to expand our research. I love your suggestion of like looking at other religions, because that's for sure where we want to go, that have these different social systems and practices put in place.
Yeah, I'm completely in agreement. That was all perfect. We're really excited to see where we can take this and how it can impact other communities, because I think there is an opportunity to do so.
Thank you, everyone. We are having an amazing conversation. I'm sorry to cut off. We are almost out of time. I was really enjoying all the conversation. I would say thank you, everyone, for attending the session. Thank you, everyone, for your amazing presentations, and thank you so much for wonderful questions. The schedule say we have to start the next session by 2:20, so I will move over to Mahedi. Mahedi, what's
Thank
next?
you, Ashraf. Thank you for amazing, I would say that discussions. And we are also getting some comments from the judges also. I will make sure that I will be sending all the comments to all the presenters separately. So we are about to take maybe a 1 minute break, and I think to keep on the schedule, we can start our final student panel for this symposium. And this time, Ariana Medina, MS student and also a member of IDL, will be hosting this panel. So I'm handing over to Ariana for running the next panel. Sure. Thank you so much.
Okay, perfect. So thank you all for being here today. We're really excited for this next panel that's exploring the diffusion of emerging technologies, particularly AI, across diverse landscapes, including ethnic media, public health, and usability design. The presenters examine critical factors influencing awareness, adoption, and responsible use of technology. So for today, we have 5 excellent presentations lined up, and we're going to hear all of them first, similar to what we've done for the other panels. And then we will take questions at the very end. So with that being said, our first presenter is going to be Ashraf from Texas Tech, who will be presenting on the adoption of Gen AI in ethnic media, a case study on New York-based Bangladesh ethnic media. So I'll let you take the stage whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for introducing me, and I'm going to start my presentation. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
So this is a part of my dissertation project, and I'm going to share with you. So the topic is adoption of generative AI in ethnic media, a case study on New York-based Bangladeshi ethnic media. So the first thing, a little bit of background, what is ethnic media and what is generative AI? So ethnic media is a media catering towards immigrant community for their own media. So this is a media not, for example, Bangladeshi media based in Bangladesh. This is a media that based in USA. So immigrant community, when they have a society, they try to build their own media for several reasons, and that considered as an ethnic media. So in New York City, there are several Bangladeshi ethnic media outlets that predominantly serve the Bangladeshi immigrant community in the United States of America. And in the entire discussion from morning, we have a huge topics on generative AI. So I will not go deeper. So generative AI is a technology that helps us to produce text, image, or we can do different cool things with generative AI. The next is how big is the ethnic media market in New York City and why New York City? So New York City is one of the biggest city in the United States of America. Top of that, it's so diverse that it has a mayor office of ethnic media, which has a rules that 50% of total revenue that goes to the advertisement have to go to ethnic media. And last year in 2023, it was 37.8 million. That can give you an idea how big the market of ethnic media in New York City is. Next question, why immigrants use ethnic media? So there are a few reasons that immigrants use ethnic media. Number one is language barrier. According to Pew Research Center, more than 56% of Bangladeshi immigrants are not fluent in English. So how they get their day-to-day information, what's happening in the country, what's happening in the politics. So they get their information based on ethnic media. So language barrier is one of the key reasons that immigrants use ethnic media, because they cannot speak fluently English or understand English, even though they live in the United States for a long time. And then, as I mentioned, ethnic communities access to mainstream media information. So, for example, because of they're not fluent in English, it's hard for them to understand New York Times, hard for them to understand Fox News, hard for them to understand CNN. So they have to have their news. So how they get the news? So they get their mainstream news through the ethnic media, which just translate the news or present the news in their own way. And finally, local events related to immigrant community. Immigrant community mostly live in enclaves where like they're so surrounded by them. So there is so many events going on, like Bangladeshi New Year or stuff like that, Eid. So they got the information from those ethnic media. There are the three main reasons that's why you use ethnic media. And they have some challenges. Number one, content crisis. That comes because they have a very limited workforce. Like one ethnic media has only 2 person working, and definitely limitations in revenue and resources. And how could GenAI could be a game changer? So first of all, existing tool like Google Translate are not good to offering better translations. It can provide better translation and cannot translate large chunk of text. It can help to translate large chunk of text. And finally, it can overcome those limitations and it can be a helpful tool. So for this presentation, I'm proposing one question. What is the current state of GenAI adoption and diffusion with Bangladesh Ethnic Media Organization in New York City? And I have utilized an ethnographic perspective. I've spent around 23 hours of observation in 5 ethnic media in New York City and conducted 13 semi-structured interviews outside of my observation. And here are the findings. So first of all, there is a resistance to GenAI adoption. They don't use AI. Rather than they say, we don't want to use AI. And then there is a very weird, very different reliance on Bangladesh-based team. The way they operate to reduce cost, they has a team in Bangladesh. They do mostly work, and then they're published here. And finally, even though they have strong resistance, but they show some interest to use generative AI, but that will be very selective. So let me dig deeper. First of all, I still remember when I say I want to work on AI in journalism, the one participant said, your research question is wrong, yelling at me why I'm suggesting using GenAI for journalism. And they're suggested, like, for example, it cannot do anything if there's a fire incident. Can it go and give the information? So they feel like GenAI is not relevant to what they do in journalism. And most importantly, it's so bad in Bangla. It's like, as I mentioned, weird Bangla that is most difficult to understand. It cannot even create a proper sentence in Bangla language. So that is one of the key reasons they're maintaining. And another important misinformation is the key thing in journalism. And they say GenAI provide misinformation, so we cannot take this risk to use it. And reliance on Bangladesh-based teams. So for example, the technology adoption is not based in how United States of America works. It's based on what happening in Bangladesh. One example, you can see a keyboard layout. That's a very orthodox systems of using keyboard writing Bangla. They still use this keyboard. The reason is the team based in Bangladesh use this keyboard. So their infrastructure is very similar what infrastructure exists in Bangladesh, not what infrastructure exists in United States of America. This is very fascinating. So that's why it's their resistance to Gen A adoptions, because they have the pace to move with the Bangladeshi pace, not with the pace in New York City, even the situated in New York City. And finally, they have selective Gen A adoption. They said, okay, we can use it for translation or some stuff like that, but not for news collection. They are strong resistance. So how this my research advanced diffusion of innovation theory, first of all, its focus on how user context and need based on culture is very different. It also incorporates the user observation ethnographic perspective in a research that diffusion researcher can utilize this method, which is not very much used in the literature, that how you can use an ethnographic perspective to understand diffusion and adoption in a community, and mostly cultural diverse community. And also it connect the critical cultural theories with the adoption literature, that how theories like scapes, deterritorializations can connect with the adoption patterns, and how you can understand a specific community's adoption pattern through these lenses of critical cultural theories and diffusion of innovation. So that's all. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll keep things moving forward. So if you have questions, just make a mental note and we'll have time for those later. Next, we have presenting Opeyemi, who will be presenting on the assessment of the WHO Suicide News Reporting Guidelines, a diffusion of innovation perspective. So, Opeyemi, do you have a slideshow that you're working on sharing? And you are muted right now.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Opeyemi Lawal, and my main assignment here this afternoon is just to present to you an assessment of the WHO suicide media guidelines from a diffusion of innovation perspective. And this is just a bit of caveats. If you know you are having any mental health issues, you need to talk to someone, you are overwhelmed. If you are not on TTU campus, please reach out to mental health counselors in your community. If you're on TTU, we have several mental health resources for you. Thank you. Nigeria ranks 20th as a suicide epicenter, and regardless of this, irresponsible suicide news reporting is still prevalent, largely because suicide is still a crime in Nigeria and is still perceived as a crime more than a mental health issue. And so there are guidelines to help mitigate some of this irresponsible reporting, but research has shown that these guidelines are not properly adhered to or not adopted, to use the diffusion of innovation language. So as an innovation, the big question here is, how are the WHO recommended guidelines a relative advantage, perceived as compatible, complex, observable, and triable to existing journalistic practices of suicide news coverage? So we just like to look at various areas of violations. The WHO guidelines have some do's and some don'ts. So the do's will be like educate the public with facts, report stories of how to cope, interventions, preventions, and stuff like that. And the don'ts would include avoiding sensational languages, methods used, location. Don't overemphasize the reason. That means don't just reduce it to either a single factor. Don't use photographs, and the list is endless. The big question here for us is, why diffusion of innovations? As an innovation, as we know, innovation can either be an object, a technology, as most of my colleagues have presented here this afternoon. It could also be a behavior, which we consider responsible suicide reporting is either a practice, a program, an idea, a meme perceived as new to potential adopters. So we consider the WHO guideline as a practice, a behavior, and even an idea. So that's why we perceive it as an innovation. And so we are looking at this vis-a-vis news value or ethical journalism. So what are the journalistic practices and stuff like that? So the first thing when you come to School of Journalism is for you to understand the news value and how to properly write your story, starting from the lead, and then you use inverted pyramid and you present your story to the members of the public. Now, the big question is, why do we have lack of adherence? Aside from the fact that we've established that suicide is still a crime in most of the developing nations, which Nigeria is one, there are WHO organizations, international organizations that have some of these resources, but they are not being used. So the big question is, why do we have lack of adherence? And so we are utilizing Rogers' 5 key attributes of innovation that can actually lead to adoption. And the first tier would be relative advantage. So we consider this guideline to be relative advantage to news values, which is in its purpose to reduce suicide contagion, which studies have shown that if you keep reporting the way you're reporting, suicide is contagious and it can lead to a wither effect. Also, it's to reduce sensationalism, that is use of explicit details, and include help-seeking information. So we consider this guideline a relative advantage to recent practices or to journalistic practices. And so we look at the compatibility. Journalistic ethics is to minimize harm. And yeah, that's the truth. Practices say reduce harm. However, this compatibility is in conflict with timeliness and prominence, which means bad news would sell. A breaking news would sell, which suicide is likely to be one of those. And so how complex is this? We agree that this is difficult to use because you're removing what sells away from that information that you're presenting to your public. So this guideline might be difficult to use. However, it requires collaboration with mental health experts and continuous training. Observability. It's observable. However, its impact might not be felt immediately, which the media professionals might want to see. They might want to see something like right away. However, this can manifest over time through communication. And that is why responsible reporting is good when it is backed up with training. We also observe that we don't have frameworks, which I'm going to talk about next, which is about triability. Sorry, I'm trying to run through my slides. So, however, with triability, there will be need for gradual integration. So it's not what is going to be handed down wholesale. So it's going to be like a step-by-step approach to ensure that this is integrated into various newsrooms. There's a need for journalistic training, and there's a need to provide framework. There has been training. I've been part of one. I've been able to train journalists. However, we do not have that framework to show that, okay, this is the example of what to follow. We just have the guidelines. We don't have the framework that indicates that if I write my news this way, I'm going to get also this desirable result or this result. However, we also need longitudinal studies to track progress. So in conclusion, the WHO suicide news reporting recommended guidelines offer relative advantage to promoting public health. Is compatible with ethical and responsible journalism because we want to minimize harm. It offers some complexity, but this can be solved through training, institutional support, and collaboration with mental health experts. It's observable, though the impact might not be immediate, and triability requires gradual adoption. So the next aspect for this project is for us to conduct a qualitative study with journalists in Nigeria to actually understand what is happening. Is this an individual issue or is it an organizational issue? And in closing, like I mentioned earlier, there are resources. If you know anyone who needs mental health support, on TTU campus, we have mental health resources. And if you're not on campus here, you can reach out to your mental health counselors in your community. Thank you.
Okay, right on time. So thank you very much for your presentation. So Obada is not here due to a medical issue, so we're going to continue moving on with our list of presenters. So next we'll have Addison, who's presenting on Echoes of Awareness, the influence of shaping and refining perspectives. So Addison, if you want to go ahead and turn on your camera and share your screen.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Hi everyone. My name is Addison Johnson. Thank you all for the opportunity to be here. For my topic, I decided to cover the impact of digital curation on social and cultural understanding. Is this the beginning? This is not the beginning. Sorry, this is the beginning. Yes. So this research explores the influence of algorithmically curated content on users' social and cultural perspectives, focusing more on the public awareness of influences and how users recognize and respond to algorithmically driven content. This research explores the influence of algorithmically curated content on users' social and cultural perspectives. So in the digital age, algorithms play a crucial role in determining the information users receive. So in turn, this can kind of shape their beliefs and their perceptions. And while there is a substantial literature on the technical aspects of algorithms, there is still a lack of understanding regarding user awareness of these influences and their cognitive and emotional responses. Current research often generalizes user experiences with algorithmically driven content, and it often neglects the demographic nuance that affects those interactions. And there is insufficient exploration of how different users perceive and react to their own algorithmic influence, and it can hinder the development and initiatives targeted towards media literacy. Filling in the research gaps through the diffusion and innovative adaptations. Early adopters of media literacy can influence their peers within their own social circles, and that in turn can influence the way we perceive and interpret innovation, and innovation can then influence what we are exposed to more. Users can also benefit from their engagement. Their motivations reveal their perceptions of the benefits or even the drawbacks of being aware of algorithmic influences, and understanding what users gain from this awareness, like improved critical thinking or more diverse perspectives, can inform strategies to promote media literacy. So the demographic factors, the adoption categories like innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, laggards, and the S curve, we can use that to apply more research to specific demographics to help us identify who from those categories is more likely to adopt an awareness of their own algorithmic influence. And then social influence. The social aspect can spread more awareness of these algorithmic influences among the diverse groups. For example, if one person becomes more aware and critical of their algorithm content, they might feel more prone to share that and dive deeper and encourage others to think more critically as well. And then evolving public awareness can also help us understand the dynamic of how it develops over time, the algorithmic content. And then it also creates feedback loops with people who are more prone to have a better network, share their thoughts and experiences and discussions, can lead to reinforcing existing beliefs. Also, skepticism, and not just their own beliefs, but like skepticism, critical engagement, just media consumption, all the things. For my research questions, one is, what motivations drive users to engage with algorithmically curated content, and how do their motivations correlate with their classification to the diffusion of innovation adoption categories? My other one is, what cognitive and emotional responses do users experience based on their awareness of their own algorithmic influence? My expected findings, I expect for this study to reveal varied levels of awareness among users regarding their influence and highlighting how different motivations shape their engagement with their content. And it may also show that users recognize their recognition of their algorithmic curation are more selective and critical in their media consumption, and can also influence their social and cultural perspectives. And it is likely to identify specific demographic trends that inform media literacy initiatives aimed at enhancing user understanding and algorithmic processes. In conclusion, in an age where algorithms are based off user behavior and preferences, it's critical to understand why users engage with specific algorithmic-driven content. And users are driven by various needs, such as the desire for information, specific information, social connection, or entertainment that informs their interactions with algorithms. And by focusing on user motivations and agency, this theory allows researchers to explore how individuals recognize and respond to algorithmic influences, shaping our perspectives. That is it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Addison. I want to reiterate from the chat that Addison is an undergraduate student. So super great work presenting everything. And so, yeah. Now we have our final presentation of the day of this symposium. So very grateful for all of y'all being here today. We have Ben and Ashraf presenting enhancing technology adoption, usability as a moderating factor in Rogers' diffusion of innovation. So I'll go ahead and let y'all take over.
All right. And just for some context, I'm going to be the presenting author for this one. Ashraf and I worked on this project together. This was actually a theoretically driven project born from another project in which we were evaluating the usability of some AI tools. But even though this is theoretically driven, I'd like to argue that the findings are still beneficial, not just for researchers, but
for anyone hoping to create an innovation. So, Rogers' original DOI theory defined 5 different attributes of innovation: relative advantage, compatibility, simplicity, trialability, and observability. These factors drive the perceptions of the innovation, which then drives intent to adopt. However, we argue that we're forgetting a factor that also impacts the strength and direction of that perception. We argue that usability moderates this relationship. A perfect case of this phenomenon in action is ChatGPT's adoption. See, even though large language models like ChatGPT have kind of taken the world by storm over the last few years, the technology itself is a little bit older than that. In 2011, IBM created Watson, a large language model which the company showed off by putting it on the TV game show Jeopardy! And Watson easily crushed all of its competition. Fundamentally, Watson runs on the same technology that large language models like ChatGPT run on today. The difference is that over a decade later, that same technology has been compressed down and made easy to use to the point that all you really need to use this tech is a smartphone or a computing device. So that case study sort of drove our analysis here. We conducted a qualitative and quantitative literary synthesis on studies that analyzed the 5 attributes of innovation against technology adoption worldwide. And we found that usability can enhance and it can detract the perceived benefits during trial and usage of the innovation. So to briefly summarize all of these findings here, increased innovation drove adoption across each of the attributes. We found studies that isolated each of these attributes: relative advantage, compatibility, simplicity, trialability, and observability. And we found that greater innovation or greater usability drove the intent to adopt, but low usability also detracted from the intent to adopt. See, usability isn't an additive. It's not something that you can sort of tack on after the fact. It's something that's baked into the innovation itself. It's a multiplier. So as such, high usability drove the innovation's appeal within the mind of the user, whereas the perceived low usability correlated to lower ratings of the innovation itself. Of course, perception is a very subjective thing. What usability is may vary across user groups, skill sets, cultures, so on and so forth. So for anyone out there hoping to develop an innovation, make sure you know your audience first and design around that, because that's how you achieve usability for that audience. So anyways, the crux of our argument is that usability belongs at the center, literally, of the DOI model as a moderating factor that influences the strength and direction of that relationship across the 5 attributes there. As researchers, this allows greater integration with more theoretical models like TAM and other UX frameworks, which opens doors to a lot of potential future studies. But for anyone that is hoping to design an innovation that catches on, I guess I'll close with these points here, these actionable points here. If you're designing an innovation, its adoption doesn't just hinge on the novelty of the technology itself, as exemplified by Watson, but rather the usability of the technology. Whenever people are picking up a new piece of tech for the first time or any innovation, they're not looking at the novelty of the tech itself, but rather what can that experience provide for them. Because of this, we as authors argue that usability is the gateway to adoption, not just these 5 attributes. And if you're designing an innovation, if you want it to succeed, first, you need to design around usability first. So with that, I'll close there. Thank you for listening to my spiel. If you'd like to read the full paper, I've provided a QR code here. I'll also drop the link to the paper in the chat here momentarily. So thanks again.
Thank you very much. So with that being said, now we'll open up the floor for Q&A. So if anyone has any questions, you can for sure feel free to drop them in the chat, or just ask away.
Hi, I have a question. My first question is for Opie. I know a little bit about your study, and I know that you've been trying to tackle this issue of how journalists are using the WHO guidelines. I wonder if you can speak a little bit about how the fusion of innovations can answer questions about how journalists assess whether, to change the way they report on this or not, and if you were going to look at it more as an individual issue or more of as an organizational issue when it comes to, getting stuck somewhere in that process of adoption. And my other question is for the last presentation. What are your next steps for? Oh my God, am I time?
Sorry for that. Okay, sorry.
Thank you. No, my other question was, what are your next steps, and do you plan to test this idea of usability as a moderator? And if you've already thought about possible technologies, I know you were talking about ChatGPT, but maybe like the difference between ChatGPT and another AI user or model or chatbot. That's it. Sorry, Uppy, you're muted.
Okay, sorry. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Santlena, and I appreciate that you're following this work. Okay, so I just finished conducting a framing research with Dr. Senadori, and what we found was really overwhelming, like from comparing TV to online newspaper to newspaper with online presence. So we realized that there's a gap. What actually propelled this project is that I had conducted a crowd training in 2020 and nothing has changed. And so the goal is to now develop a framework, which is still a work in progress. So to properly answer your question, we're using diffusion of innovation because generally in framing theory, they've been looking at adherence, which is more like, just following the rules. But now we are looking at now adopting, using a different terminology, to see how these guidelines are being adopted and embraced. And that's why we're looking at it from the lens of the 5 attributes of the Rogers diffusion of innovation theory. But the next step now is not just, and that's why we want to conduct an interview with journalists to understand what is actually happening. Because from the papers we analyzed, we discovered that you would find a different language in the headline, and the body of the news, you will find a different language. So for instance, a field reporter can say, might have written the story properly because you would find died by suicide in the body of the news, and then you would find committed suicide in the headline. So which means the committed in the headline is just like a way to maybe sell the story or sell the paper, while there's a proper use of language in the body of the story. So we concluded that there's a possibility that the field reporter is trying to do the right thing, but the editor wants to sell the paper. So there's a conflict here. Yeah. So there's a conflict here. So that's why we want to conduct that analysis and have that interview with journalists to really understand what is happening. Is it an individual thing or is it an organizational thing? So we now know how to start building and how to develop this framework. So our intention really is to create training protocols for media houses, for various newsrooms. And so, yeah, gradually to see how they're adopting, and then we can now begin to move with how are the early adopters, the laggards, and maybe now use influencers within the news field or news areas to back this up. So I hope I answered your question. Okay.
Yes, thank you. That's really interesting. And I hope I think you'll be able to find, and I think diffusion of innovations might help you to make the distinction between individual journalists and then the challenges of adopting this from the industry logic of, we have to make money.
Yeah. Thank you.
And to thank you for your question, first off. Ashraf and I have given some thought towards expanding this paper and, testing it. But one of the barriers to, I guess, as to why we haven't done this yet is just because we haven't figured out how to do it logistically. We'd be open to any suggestions, but thinking about how you'd have to lay it out for if we want to prove it quantitatively, the mixed factorial design would be really tough to do because you'd have to find something that is, objectively high usability versus low usability, and then you'd have to isolate each of the 5 factors. So I don't know if anyone in the audience has any suggestions for how we could go about doing it.
Want to thank you so much, Dan, for coming in. So it's in a very theoretical level. So we are really don't put much thought how we can practically examine it. So we just come up with the theory. But me and Dr. Key, we are just, and in our lab, we are trying to run a survey that might be so, but still we are working and brainstorming on these things, how we can practically explain our theoretical ground. But any suggestions would be highly welcome.
Yeah.
I think Dr. Wilkinson has something to say.
Yes, first of all, thank you all for your presentations and the hard work that's gone into this. I'm just curious if Addison, you could talk a little bit about how you got involved in this and being able to present at a conference as an undergraduate, and secondly, what generally do you find attractive about diffusion of innovations model?
Yeah, I'd love to talk about that. So I am in Mahedi's theories of media and communications class, and his class has just opened up a lot of knowledge and perspective for me to want to gain more knowledge and just kind of get more insights from other people who are researching actually the diffusion of innovation, but also all of the many theories that we've covered in his class, not just communication. I am also a communications minor. My major is digital media and professional communications, but within media, I am very interested in that. So I guess I just kind of found his class very interesting. So thank you, Mahedi, for your class, because I don't know where I'd be without that. And I'm really glad that I was able to have this opportunity to speak, even though I didn't really know what to expect. I've never done anything like this, but just to kind of open more doors on how I can better do research within this perspective of theories and communication, and specifically the diffusion of innovation was very intriguing to me whenever we had Kerk come into our class as a guest lecturer, and he kind of touched more on the diffusion of innovation theory, and that really sparked a lot of interest. And then Mahedi offered the opportunity to his students that he was holding this symposium, and I kind of just took it off from there.
Well, kudos to you for doing so. Thank you.
Thank you.
I did have a question, and I just went ahead and did not even have my digital hand raised. For some reason, I couldn't work that out. Thanks to Dr. Key for letting me do it in the previous panel. Good job to all the presenters. It's wonderful. I have two questions, and I'll just try to word my questions shorter than I usually do. My first question, I'm gonna ask my first question second. I think just to piggyback of the previous conversation that we were having right before Dr. Wilkinson, I think as a suggestion for both Ben and Ashraful, I think this is just a suggestion. I don't think it is going to work at all. But then I was fascinated by one of your slides that both of y'all had, which talked about people do not just adopt tech, they adopt experiences. I think that just spiked a lot of interest in me because I think if you are looking for a different angle for this for the for the aspect of usability, I think looking at it from a different cultural aspect, and when I say culture, different age group, I do not know. I literally have the paper open, but I think having an overarching view of how different generations look at tech and how their adaptability works with usability could be a potential avenue of looking into this paper. Again, if it did not make any sense, don't kill me. I just tried to shoot in the dark, but maybe this could be something that y'all can think of just as a suggestion. So maybe that could be because that was one of my questions. How would generation act, or how would generations or generational levels impact usability? Take into consideration ChatGPT or any of those beautiful platforms. So, I mean, thoughts if you have any, or if not, it's totally fine. What do you think?
Uh, I have empirical evidence to back this up. So actually, age matters and cultural context matters. So for example, when so in the study too, I redesigned Bangla AI. So first, when I designed Bangla AI, it was based on chatbot-based interface. But when I did ethnographic research, I find that they don't like chatbot-based user interface. And even because I do ethnographic study, I see that older people, even they're taking notes with pen and paper, not using any smart device. So yeah, what you were saying, that's completely right. And also that's why there is a theory in user experience that, for example, if you make consistent with the existing design, more likely they will use it. That's why I make an AI tool. I can show you, I have this running, but I designed completely as they use it. So it's very minimum graphics, just one click, and also considering those things. So actually it works. And I've done an usability test in the study too with Google Translate, and my tool beat Google Translate all usability skills. The reason was, and I think that's, but again, the amount of time and effort it take mostly with communication, because thanks to Thomas J. Harris Institution and other grant that I got, I was able to do that. But this is a very expensive, rigorous process because we don't have this computational power. Mostly we have to hire someone else. But what you said, I can validate it because I've seen in person how culture, context, language, age can impact your user experience. And but when we're talking about five different things, and what Ben is talking about, it's a very, very, like, without like making this tool and getting all the data extract from them, that would be a very interesting study. But I think in future, if it is doable, that's the thing. We would look forward to that.
Yeah, piggybacking off of what Ashraf said, yeah, usability is subjective depending on what user group you are looking at. Donald Norman, the sort of forefather of usability research, once defined usability as like how well you can match a piece of technology to the user group's mental model, like how do they perceive something. Ashraf kind of touched on this by talking about how older generations like using pen and paper. So if you're designing an innovation that sort of takes that framework of, oh, these people like writing with pen and paper in mind, that may manifest in the form of like a Palm Pilot where you write out the letters, versus typing them. That may be more usable for older generations than younger generations that may just I'm saying off the cuff here, may prefer typing. So usability depends on who you are.
I'm kind of curious, Kent Wilkinson again, about observability, because, way back in the day when I was a graduate student, that was certainly something that we were looking at in terms of diffusion of innovations, and it seems like it's tied in with usability. But I wonder if the generation gap in technology is sort of making it less salient in a way. Like, Ashraf, when you're in these newsrooms, if the younger people are using all these, smart devices and the older people are using pen and paper, do you see that, just maybe seeing the older generation seeing the efficiency and being able to take information directly off of their devices and implement it rather than having to do the sort of translational work between something that's written down and then getting it, into the digital universe might be a factor?
It could be like, again, we also in our paper that we are working under Dr. Key, we have trying to see how each element, observability also impact usability. So we have a specific section on that, how we can compare usability by just observing. So we had, but what you have mentioned, yes, I think if there's a learning curve, but what using a technology that my study finds out, it's a similar pattern, but how much learning curve you have in this. And I observe them in a workplace scenario. So workplace scenario, they want the best output. For example, if they use ChatGPT, that reason they don't use it is like they find something information, then they have to again recheck it. And if they provide any wrong information to the audience, they can lose their job. It's a very sensitive information for them. So those also things also, they're observing, okay, my other colleagues are using it, but in terms of efficiency, can I do it faster? Because they also have to work on a very strict deadline for those journalists. So like when I was there, like he have to present an immigration show right after 30 minutes. So if they have leverage to use another technology to experiment it, that's another thing. Like or I will just be with my old-fashioned way so that I can be productive and I don't lose my job.
Right, so we just have about 2 more minutes left in this panel. So I just wanted to see if there were any final questions or remarks. If not, thank you so much again to all of our speakers. Y'all did a fantastic job. So kudos to you. And now I'll hand the mic over to Mahedi to wrap us up.
Thank you, Ariana, and thank you, everyone. That was once again quite insightful. And Gaurav was saying that that was a kind of proud teacher moment for me. I am definitely really very proud, though I'm also a student. But I cannot express my words on this. So I'm really proud for Edison, what she did today. And also, thank you, everyone. What a truly insightful discussions to close out our final student panel. I hope the presenters found the Q&A quite helpful and will continue working on their paper based on the thoughtful feedback that was shared. So we have now reached the final part of our symposium. I would like to take a moment to thank you all once again, especially our sponsors, presenters, moderators, judges, and definitely attendees for staying with us and contributing to such a thoughtful and vibrant day of dialogue. Before we wrap up completely, I will hand now it over to our ideal faculty lead, Dr. Kerk, for his closing remarks and the announcement of top diffusions paper awards of 2025 from this symposium. And once again, thank you all for being part of this community and sharing this space with us today. Thank you all.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mahedi. Thank you for the closing remark. And so we can transition to the final portion here. And so I wanted to say that originally we wanted to have Dr. Hasan, our Associate Dean for Graduate Studies and Research, to close this up and announce the winners. But due to a unexpected situation, so he's unable to join us. But I am going to now move to the top diffusion paper awards portion. And but first of all, I would like to thank our panel faculty judges. So I'm going to ask Mahedi to actually spotlight them if they're here. So if you're among the faculty judges, please turn on your camera so that Zoom will allow us to spotlight you. So in alphabetical order of last names, we want to acknowledge these faculty judges who have been spending the time with us today and using their brains to help, evaluate all the presentations and also spending time with us today. So in alphabetical order of last names, I'm just going to read them based on the full list whether they're here or not. So the first faculty I'd like to acknowledge is Dr. Robin Adams from the Department of Advertising and Brand Strategies. And next we have Dr. Maggie Bennett Brown from the Department of Communication Studies. Professor Gaurav Rat from the Department of Professional Communication. Dr. Melissa Santiana from the Department of Journalism and Creative Media Industries. Is Melissa still here? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I have too many screens to looking at the list of names and also making sure that you guys are spotlighted. And also we have Dr. Anastasia Vishnevskaya from the Department of Public Relations and Strategic Communication Management. I want to thank all of you for being willing to help out because you guys actually represent the 5 departments we have in the college, representing how this event is connecting and reaching everybody, every department in our college. So thank you very much for your time and your contribution and your service. And I also want to briefly explain a little bit about the judging process because we want to make sure that this is a fair and consistent process so that the results are based on something systematic and not random. So all the judges were given a set of criteria and they used the criteria to evaluate every presentation. And each presentation was actually evaluated by at least 2 faculty members. And so the winners were selected based on average scores of the scores received from the judges. And the faculty judges evaluated each presentation carefully based on the paper's abstract clarity and coherence, conceptual and theoretical content, research quality and evidence, presentation and delivery, as well as relevance and originality. And we also, prior to this symposium, we communicated the evaluation criteria to all our presenters as well. So they knew how their presentation will be evaluated so they could prepare based on the criteria. So we wanted to just emphasize that we try to make this as open, transparent, and as fair as possible. So we want to congratulate all the winners. And so Mahedi has actually finalized all the scores and provided me with the names of all the winners. And so I also want to say that the competition is actually quite steep. So the scoring is out of 25 points. And I want to mention that the gap is actually very narrow because the third place winner scored 22 out of 22 out of 25 points. And the first place winner scored 23.5 out of 25. So it's between 1.5 out of 25 points that we have winners for 3 awards. Okay.
Can I just interrupt for a moment?
Yes.
Even 4th place is also tie. So 3rd place got like 22, but 4th place got 21.5. So yeah.
So it was a very difficult decision to thank you, Mahedi, for the clarification. So obviously all our presenters have done such a good job. That's why they score so high, so closely. And so we want to acknowledge everyone's work, and even if you're not getting an award today, we thank you for your presentation and your hard work because you are so close. You're so close. So but we're gonna use our systematic approach and then announce our winners. So as you can tell, it's a very difficult announcement for me to make because I want everyone to get an award. So, but with that said, we're gonna start with the third place award. Okay, so we actually have two presentations tied for the third place. The first winner. And by the way, we are going to ask you if you're when we call upon your name, you turn on your camera so we can then spotlight you. And we're going to spotlight 3 groups of winners, and we'll start with the third place winners, which we have 2 papers. So we would love to have the presenters here, but I think that maybe one of them is not available because of time difference. So the first winner for the third place top diffusion paper award, the winner is Munira Mahmood from Shahjalal University of Science and Technology from Bangladesh for the paper utilizing e-health service to improve healthcare access, examining the diffusion of innovation theory in Bangladesh. I believe she's not here. So, but we will notify her about the award and the acknowledgement. So now we're gonna move to the second place winner. No, sorry, the second winner for the third place award. Okay, so the second winner tied with Munira's paper is MD Ashraful Ghani from Texas Tech University for the paper Adoption of Gen AI in Ethnic Media, a case study on New York-based Bangladeshi ethnic media. So congratulations to Ashraful Ghani for his wonderful presentation. All right, so great. Thank you, Ashraf. And now we are going to move to the announcement of a second place winner. And we have 1 paper winning the second place. The paper, the winners are, this is a co-author paper. So we have Ben Alfonsin and MD Ashraful Ghani from Texas Tech University for the paper Enhancing Technology Adoption Usability as a Moderating Factor in Rogers Diffusion Innovation. So congratulations to Ashraf and Ben for your wonderful paper. All right, so we are now going to move to the first place winner. The first place winner for the top diffusion paper award actually is a co-author paper again. So the winners are Ariana Benita and Sydney Scheller from Texas Tech University for the paper Connected Congregations, reflecting on church life streaming practices after COVID-19 lockdown. So is Sydney here too? Are we able to spotlight?
No, she's not here.
She had to log off.
Okay, she has to log off. So congratulations to the winners. Thank you, Ariana, and I'm sure you will be texting her right away and let her know of the results. So thank you very much, everyone, and thank you. Congratulations again to all the winners, and thank you everyone who made time to be a part of this conversation. Thank you. The sponsors as well. Again, I cannot repeat this in enough times to acknowledge our sponsors as well as everyone who's involved and all the attendees as well. So we are very thankful for everyone's contribution. And is there anything else anyone would like to say before we close? You can unmute yourself if you want to share your final remarks. If none, well, that's a wrap. Thank you very much, everybody. And we have arrived at the end of our symposium, the second Diffusion Research Symposium of 2025. And we look forward to seeing everyone again at the next symposium. Thank you. Bye, everyone.